It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés, private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-377, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act Need to Know, standing in the name of Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that Bill 377, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act Need to Know, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The honourable member from Barrie Stringwater, Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get into my speech, I want to take the moment to recognize the passing of some important people that we've just lost in the last week and a half. On the 4th of April, we lost Bob Mitchell, the father of Corporal Mitchell that was killed in action on the 3rd of October 2006 in Afghanistan, and the father of Mark, who passed from cancer just a few months after that in 2006. The wife of Carol, the papa of Cameron, Ryan, and Jalen. There is no bigger supporter than Bob and his wife Carol of our veterans, and my heart goes out to Carol in particular for the continued sorrow that she faces, but I know she'll still be there for our members of the Canadian Armed Forces. As well, on the 7th of April, we lost suddenly Sean Lenny McDonald, father of Brandon and Caitlin, son of Kay. Really well-connected, important member of our community that we unfortunately lost way too soon. On the 8th of April was the 17th anniversary of losing Tutu Bravo, my 6 soldiers in Afghanistan that were killed by an IED. Donnie Lucas, Aaron Williams, Brent Poland, Christopher Stanix, Kevin Kennedy, and David Greenslade. I will never forget them. And then on 8th of April of this year, the father of one of my best friends, Ben Miedema of Kingston, by way of Cloyne, passed away. Husband of Carla, father of Denise, Emily, Felicia, Jeff, and Ian. And both his sons, Jeff and Ian, are still serving members of our Canadian Armed Forces. My deepest condolences and sympathies to all of their families and friends. May they rest in peace. Now, why we're here today, Mr. Speaker, is to speak to my first private member's bill, Bill C-377, the Need to Know, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act. So what I'm going to cover, Mr. Speaker, is what will this bill do, what it isn't, and most importantly, the why. Not only to address the threats to our democracy, but to minimize the politicization around national security in this country. Where I'm coming from, Mr. Speaker, I've been dealing with classified information for over 25 years. Specifically, highly classified information since 2007, my first tour in Afghanistan, dealing with the incredible electronic warfare capabilities and signals intelligence capabilities that we possess within the military. And I've had the pleasure to sit for the last couple of years on the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. But this issue is something that's been imperative to me years before I was elected. So what is this bill? Literally, the crux of this is one sentence. The bill is really only one sentence. A member of the Senate or the House of Commons who applies for a secret security clearance from the Government of Canada is, for the purposes of the consideration of their application, deemed to need access to the information and with respect from what that application is made. So what does this mean? Well, ultimately, this just means that for the purposes of applying for the security clearance, they have a need to know. It doesn't mean that they will have access to classified information, and I'll get into that later. But why is this bill so important to be passed? Ultimately, it's to improve transparency and accountability, education, not only about the ever-changing threats to Canada and our democratic institutions and processes, but really education to Canadians and parliamentarians, and ultimately to rebuild trust in our democratic processes and institutions. So I'm going to try to explain this in the rest of my speech, Mr. Speaker, through really the lengthy preamble. The preamble is much longer in this speech than the actual bill itself. So the first paragraph is, whereas members of the Senate and the House of Commons play a key role in holding the government of Canada to account, and in order to be able to fulfill that role, they must have sufficient access to critical information, including the facts and rationale underlying key government decisions. Let's just take testimony at Proc in the recent weeks. We have Vincent Rigby, who served as the National Security and Intelligence Advisor from January of 2020 to June of 2021. He's quoted as, transparency needs to be increased by producing annual public threat assessments, responding to the NSICOP reports, publishing intelligence priorities, and, most importantly, sharing more intelligence with members of Parliament. Wesley Wark at the same committee, in his testimony, in his view, Canadians lack literacy about national security, a deficiency which could be improved by holding public hearings on national security, as these could increase public understanding and education about this aspects of government. I would argue this is bigger than just the Canadian population. This is about Parliament too, as the representatives of Canada, both elected here in the House and those appointed in the other place. I'll get more into how Parliament and the government have handled highly publicized issues a bit later in my speech. The next paragraph of the preamble of the bill, whereas the Government of Canada typically restricts access to classified information to individuals who pass a personal security screening process and who need access to the information in order to perform their official duties, i.e. the need-to-know principle. So what is need to know and how does it work? How does it work? How do we protect our classified information in this country? Well, first off, you have to be in a job. You have to have a reason to do it, and that's really ultimately why I'm bringing this speech forward, is to have that debate and make the case that Parliament has a need to know. Not all the time and not to everything, but that we as parliamentarians have a need to know. But just because you have that need to know, you actually got to demonstrate that you're trustworthy, and that's done through the security clearance process. When you apply for that security clearance process, again, depending upon the level, it's actually a very arduous process, or it can be. In fact, it's something I could give you a whole multi-hour speech on how we need to improve this processing of security clearances in this country. But ultimately, you apply for it, your credit rating, you're basically opening up your whole life to the national security apparatuses to vet you, make sure that you're trustworthy to have access to classified or sensitive information. I'll just give you a bit of a sample so listeners can understand how many security clearances have been processed alone in the last decade or less, actually since 2016. I put an OPQ in that I got a response to last May. Here's the key departments that applied. D&D, over 65,000 applications for secret level security clearance. How many denied in that time frame? 2. Oh, wow. ESDC, 8,916. How many denied? 14. Bank of Canada, 2,400, denied 1. NRCan, 8,900 applied, 6 denied. Overall, just shy of 250,000 officials or bureaucrats, people within the government, applied for security clearances from 2016 to 2023, and only 23 were denied. So that gives you a scope of just how many people have access to this information and how many need to know within the bureaucracy. But as I mentioned earlier, just because you have that security clearance doesn't mean you get access. A good example, during the convoy protests that were occurring here in Ottawa, I still had my top secret security clearance. I maintained that when I released from the Canadian Armed Forces. I made the case in this House. Why, if the government is sort of lacking that trust with the general public and there's concerns over what the threats are, etc., why wouldn't the government share that information with privy councillors, former privy councillors? They already have been vetted, or a number of the members of Parliament here that have a security clearance of some sort. I'm going to skip to the last paragraph of the preamble right now because it sort of fits better in my speech. And whereas Parliament considers that a member of the Senate or the House of Commons must be able to apply for a secret security clearance, and if that member passes the personnel security screening process, to be granted that security clearance. So I just want to make sure this is clear what it is. It means you can apply. It doesn't mean that you're going to pass. And in fact, I would argue there's quite potentially individuals within both our chamber and the other place, that may not pass. Who knows why? I don't have access to that information, and frankly, it's none of my business. But most of the time in my past experience where people fail to get security clearances is because they don't really want it, or they're not honest when they're actually doing the process, because that's what the question is. Is there something out there that if a foreign state or somebody could hold over you and basically blackmail you that questions your trustworthiness to have access to that information? But what it isn't. My bill, if it passes, isn't going to guarantee that everybody in this chamber and everybody in the other house or the other place gets access to classified sensitive information, right? That's not what this does. It's the first step in allowing, and I'll get into it, important debate and discussions around issues that are highly sensitive or important. And one other note I'd like to point out is privy councillors, our government themselves, don't actually have security clearances. In fact, I would argue one of the least vetted people, and it's not a shot at our current Prime Minister, that's been vetted is the current Prime Minister, because he had the privilege of becoming the leader of his party and ultimately the Prime Minister without being a former privy councillor. When you're a privy councillor or you're being appointed by the government, by the Prime Minister, to sit as a cabinet member, the system actually vets you. Now, you'd hope that when the current Prime Minister was going through that process, that he was being vetted, and if there was a flag, that the apparatus would have flagged it to the Prime Minister of the day, Mr. Harper, and made if there would have been any issues. But my point is, privy councillors actually don't have a security clearance in the traditional sense for those of us that served in law enforcement or in the military that went through the whole process, or somebody that has had the privilege of sitting on NSICOP, for example. So what are the real risks to my bill? Well, really there are no risks other than the risks of somebody, if they applied, were denied, the political risk to themselves if that information was to ever become public. But again, that's not something that would be released. It's privacy information. It's not actually information that's tied to having access. So why is this so important? The next portion of my preamble gets into, in the face of threats to world peace and security posed by nefarious state and non-state actors, the government of Canada needs to make challenging decisions relating to national security, which it must do in a manner that is consistent with its constitutional duty to be accountable to Parliament and that respects the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights. I'm not going to focus on all the threats. So many committees, including and even the latest government's defense plan update, NSICOP reports, covers the threats. I don't think I need to really explain that. But I want to focus on the accountability and transparency side. So if I just grab from the conclusion part of Top Secret, which is a Top Secret Canada edited by Stephanie Carvin, Thomas Juneau, and Greg Forsyth, the conclusion. I'm going to read a few quotes here. Indeed, the Canadian National Security and Intelligence community as a whole has traditionally not been very transparent, unquote. Next quote. In a democracy, first, transparency is, or should be, an end in itself, unquote. Quote, there is also a strong pragmatic and utilitarian case in favor of greater transparency. Law enforcement and intelligence agencies need the buy-in of society they seek to protect. When they earn the trust of the population, it's far easier to gather information to build and maintain collaborative ties with key communities and ultimately to do their jobs. Yet when security agencies, i.e. the government, are closed and perform poorly in terms of transparency, it is more difficult for citizens to trust them, and it opens space for erroneous information, misperceptions, and conspiracy theories to circulate. This reinforces a dynamic of mistrust and suspicion, unquote. And the final paragraph of that book, Mr. Speaker, quote, a challenge for the government, I would say for Parliament, remains to deepen the public's understanding of the workings of the national security sector. Canadians, and indeed their political leaders, must have the context to avoid swinging wildly from indifference to panic when security events occur. Likewise, transparency and national security literacy help citizens tease apart real scandals from the noise. More generally, Canadians shall need to develop a renewed understanding of the hard dilemmas that frequently arise in securing a free and democratic state. The last couple of preambles, I'm not going to read them all, Mr. Speaker, but they really focus on allowing that access. That's what this speech will do. But again, it talks about two examples under the current government and the previous government. So we got the Winnipeg Lab scandal, and we talk about the Afghan detainee files issues under the previous Harper government. How did Parliament address those issues? They formed ad hoc committees at the last minute, created a lot of, I would say, undue politicizations of that whole process, whereas if we had members already qualified, we'd already or cleared, we could speed up that process and help downplay the politicization, and we've seen this most recently even with the foreign interference. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to get to what PROC passed unanimously last week, their recommendation 3, that the government work with recognized party whips to facilitate security clearances at a secret level or higher of caucus members who are not privy councillors, who shall be taken as satisfying requirements for a need to know to ensure that they may be adequately briefed about the importance of national security matters, including foreign intelligence threat activities directed towards Parliament or the party or its caucus members. So considering that Parliament has already, PROC has already unanimously passed basically what my bill is calling for, I could seek unanimous consent to have my bill just pass at all stages. I won't, because getting back to the most importance of why I'm debating this is to improve the education of Parliament and Canadians. I look forward to any questions that my honourable colleagues may have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his rationale that he set out in his bill. And I don't particularly disagree with his important comments about accountability and transparency. I think that that would actually go a long way in accomplishing what he set out to do. My question more comes down to the need to know and how that relates to various different operations that might be ongoing, how somebody getting access to information, and if there's too many people with access to that particular information, it could actually end up jeopardizing an ongoing operation. I'm not saying that that's a reason to vote against this, but my question would be, what are his thoughts on that and how we can continue to keep those individuals safe?
The honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Very valid question, Mr. Speaker. So, look, I highlighted just how many people have security clearances in the country already, over the last 8+ years, over almost 250,000. The government ministers themselves, and I would argue likely some of the parliamentary secretaries, have the privilege of access to that, a lot of classified sensitive information. NSICOP gets access to things, although they're prevented from accessing ongoing current investigations. And again, ultimately, just because you have it, it gets to my point, it doesn't mean the government has to give it. And when a committee, as a decision, makes, let's just use, say, foreign affairs or public safety, makes the case for why they need access and they pass that, that's the will of Parliament. And as I've given a couple of examples of the Afghan detainee files, of the Winnipeg lab files, it doesn't mean that they're going to get there. But part of the reason in both those cases the government came up with an ad hoc process was because they said that members of those committees didn't have the appropriate classification. So this helps address that, but ultimately it's on the individuals to protect that information if it could compromise security for the individuals in this country.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today, and I think this bill has some very interesting portions to it. It was interesting to listen to him speaking today. I have received the security clearance because of some of the work that I've done with my other colleagues on the Winnipeg Labs documents. And I recognize his perspective that this does increase transparency. I think it's very, very important to have that there. I also recognize that the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act is supposed to have a statutory review every 5 years, and we are 2 years overdue on that. But the question I have for the member, if I could, has he looked at what other countries around the world do? We know that the U.S. has much more oversight, but I'm wondering if he's looked at other G7 countries, other allies, how they deal with this issue.
The honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
So I have looked at some of them, but not specifically on this process, because a lot of them it's actually a lot simpler to get a security clearance or access to that information. They have. In general, the UK has a much broader system to allow it. The US, and I'm not proposing we adopt a US system of congressional or senatorial oversight. That's not what I'm suggesting here. I'm just suggesting the first step in a process, which would just allows you to apply. As I've mentioned, my bill doesn't guarantee that a member or a senator will actually get that clearance, and it doesn't guarantee that they'll get access. All it's saying is that the government can't use the government of the day, regardless of the political party, can't deny somebody from applying to get a security clearance. That's literally all my bill does.
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, on a brief question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just appreciate this member's contribution. Often when people come to this place, they either try to build up the government or build up Parliament. This obviously is building up Parliament. He talked about education, and I know that there's a lot of confusion around oversight and review. To me, this bill just really creates a floor, not a ceiling as to how much. And it's usually ministers that have oversight duties, and it's usually parliamentarians in certain cases that would have the review. Could he explain how this would benefit and to which side?
Brief answer from the honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
You know, well, look, great question. My whole point here is to increase that level of education and I would argue parliamentary oversight. I talked at length about accountability and transparency. Ultimately, all of us in this place were elected to represent Canadians. You can't open up, and there's a huge demand. I'm sure you heard it from some of your constituents. The members heard from some of his constituents that the fact that, hey, why can't I know about certain things? Well, in reality, there are legitimate reasons why we need to protect information. I'm just saying here's a way through a proper process, Parliament can actually get to know this information and hold the government to account and provide greater transparency as we continue to improve national security and intelligence in this country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honourable colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to speak on Bill C-377 and the important issues therein. Mr. Speaker, the role of Parliament is crucial to protecting our democracy and holding government to account. Since 1867, members of Parliament have upheld the principles and practices of Canadian democracy and must ensure they are able to continue to do so in the future. That is why the government takes the issue of transparency very seriously. In fact, in 2017, we announced the National Security Transparency Commitment and made a number of changes within the National Security Act. The National Security Transparency Commitment is about integrating our core democratic values into our national security activities. Canadians need to understand what the various departments and agencies who are working tirelessly to protect each and every Canadian do. Canadians also need to understand the legal structure that is required to protect our national security and how difficult choices are made every day. Finally, it is important that we engage with Canadians openly so that they understand what issues have an impact on our national security. I am proud to say that our government have made great progress since the announcement of the National Security Transparency Commitment and continue to advance that work tirelessly to ensure that everyone in Canada understands the issues at play and how we are working to protect them. The National Security Transparency Advisory Group was created in 2019 to help the government to deliver on the national security commitment. The role of the NSTAG is crucial as they provide advice to the Deputy Minister of Public Safety and other government officials on the implementation of the National Security Transparency Commitment. The National Security Act 2017 also created the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency, which is an independent body that is external to government. NSIR has the mandate to review all Government of Canada national security and intelligence activities to ensure that they are lawful, reasonable, and necessary. NSIRA can also investigate public complaints regarding key national security agencies and activities. The NSIRA reports provide invaluable information to parliamentarians and Canadians and are a way to inform them of the lawfulness of the government's actions. I want to make it clear that no government department or agency's national security and intelligence activities are exempt from scrutiny by NSIRA and by extension parliamentarians and Canadians. To be clear, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service and the Communication Security Establishment's activities are not exempt from this scrutiny. The National Security Transparency Commitment and the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency provide important means of enabling public transparency and expert scrutiny of national security and intelligence activities. There is also a third component that is vital to making an effective accountability framework for national security and intelligence activities. That is the parliamentary oversight. The sponsor of this bill is right to highlight the important role that parliamentarians play. Recognize this important role, the government enacted the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act in 2017. This act created a committee of parliamentarians made up of members of either house to scrutinize the national security and intelligence activities across the federal government. The National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians can look into intricate details of national security and intelligence agencies' activities. The committee may also undertake strategic and systematic reviews of the legislative and policy framework for national security and intelligence activities, including studies of expenditures and administrative decision-making structures. This is important work, and its importance is reflected in the committee's powers. To enable it to do its work, the committee has the right, under its enabling legislation, to access information needed to conduct its reviews. There are only limited exceptions to this right of access, where there is an absolute need, such as to protect the identities of human sources and witnesses protected under the Witness Protection Program. There are a number of aspects of this committee's legislation that I want to emphasize. First is that the mandate of this committee, its powers, its right of access, and its safeguards are legislated. It is vital that there be clear guardrails for processes that deal with the security of information and bring it near the vigorous debates we have in this place. Second is the committee has membership from multiple parties. We can all appreciate how important it is that the processes for managing sensitive information remain nonpartisan. The multi-party nature of the committee is vital to its credibility. This also reflects the care that must be taken when dealing with sensitive information. When sensitive government information enters into the parliamentary space, it must be provided in a transparent, fair, and nonpartisan manner to ensure there are not allegations of misuse. Third, I want to note the care that is taken to ensure the security of information entrusted to members of the committee. Each member of the committee is a person permanently bound to secrecy under the Security of Information Act, meaning they may be prosecuted for disclosing special operational information. Members also swear an oath of secrecy and obtain a security clearance. Finally, the Act also provides a pathway for members to make Parliament aware of anything concerning they find. The committee provides reports to the Prime Minister, and when it does so, changes may be required to protect the information. This is appropriate to ensure that sensitive information is protected, but the extent of those changes and the reasons for changes must be noted when the report is made public. There are significant challenges to dealing with classified information in a way that enables transparency and accountability, while also ensuring that what needs to be protected remains secure. The National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act reflects that there needs to be care taken within the management of information. Simply providing access to parliamentarians is not enough. It needs to be done in a way that is transparent, nonpartisan, and secure, and provides proper mechanisms for concerns to be brought to Parliament's attention. In addition to the NSICOP, the government has also established an ad hoc processes. For instance, in 2021, when opposition parties in the House of Commons asked for production of government documents from the Public Health Agency of Canada in relation to the March 2019 revocation of security clearances for 2 scientists at the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg, we established a process to ensure that parliamentarians had access to this sensitive information. On June 2, 2021, the House of Commons adopted an order for the production of sensitive documents held by Government of Canada in relation to that incident. In 2022, the Leader of the Government and leaders of the opposition parties signed a Memorandum of Understanding which outlined the mechanisms for parliamentarians to both access and safeguard the requested information. An ad hoc committee composed of select members of Parliament was established, and committee members were provided with full access to all documents requested in the June 2021 House Order. In addition, the Treasury Board standard on security screening allows for any individual to be security screened by a government department should there be a need. This applies even if the individual is not an employee, and so can be applied to a parliamentarian. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, there are already many mechanisms in place to provide parliamentarians with access to sensitive and classified information. I've just highlighted the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians as well as ad hoc approaches that have been adopted for special circumstances. These procedures and approaches require careful thought about what information is being provided, to whom, and under what safeguards. Most importantly, it is vital that there be effective, credible, and transparent ways to bring information of concern to Parliament's attention after removing information that would harm Canada's national security. It is not enough to simply provide a security clearance. Attention must also be provided to the entire process of providing, analyzing, and releasing information to ensure an effective means of ensuring government accountability and contributing to public trust. The government has put in the processes that do just that. And as the needs shift and evolve, the government will continue to ensure they function properly. I appreciate the members' opposite's interest in ensuring that classified information appropriately flows to parliamentarians. I share this intent in ensuring proper processes are in place, and I'm thankful they are. I urge all members to consider whether an additional proposal is needed and whether it appropriately considers the protection of information that is provided. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, the Conservative member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound proposes that we study Bill C-377, an important bill that requires reflection. If we look at the summary of the bill, it states, this enactment amends the Parliament of Canada Act to specify that a member of the Senate or the House of Commons who applies for a secret security clearance from the Government of Canada is, for the purposes of the consideration of their application, deemed to need access to the information in respect of which the application is made. Confidentiality is always a little bit unclear. I received an email this morning because I'm a member of the Ethics Committee, as is the member for Barrie Innisfil over there. The committee had requested from the Department of Innovation that we receive documents on TikTok, and we received information this morning saying it's none of your business. So now we're wondering if parliamentarians who have parliamentary privilege to obtain information should be able to obtain it. The answer is yes. Now we'll look at how. What would the parameters be? What can be done? So what are we talking about here? If we want to define protection of information, we need to talk about secrecy. What is a secret? Friends, it's what is not said. So that's simple. What is not said, what we don't say, what we can't say, what we must not say, what we won't say, and that's a little bit troubling here. All will agree that the government must be accountable, but it cannot be the sole judge of what it is accountable on. The previous member gave the example of the committee looking at Winnipeg, the ad hoc committee. It was a good initiative, but we had to twist the government's arm for nearly 2 years before it happened. Yes, the right choice was made, but it took a long time. So the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound's bill aims to correct some situations and to ask parliamentarians to intelligently hold Parliament to account. Voltaire said that to tell another's secret is a betrayal, to tell one's own is folly. That seems to inspire the current government. So what is a secret? It's what is redacted. Redaction is a term that originated in the Russia of Nicholas I, and it meant to hide or to suppress. I'll use the word hide here. Redaction is to hide something. Over the years, over the months at the Ethics Committee, over the years working in ethics, I've realized that redaction is one thing, but preventive redaction is another. What is preventive redaction? It's over-redacting just in case, and that's problematic. The Foreign Affairs magazine, in spring 2022, in an article called Keeping the Wrong Secrets, said that we prefer to hide more so as not to be caught. The article goes on to say that we remain focused on keeping too many secrets that don't really matter, treating government information like the crown jewels while leaving private data almost entirely unguarded. In the article, it talked about a Christmas card being redacted. The sum total of redacted documents is enormous. At the Ethics Committee, we have historians who come tell us that they can't learn anything about the Second World War because it's deemed very secret. There are things that will always be secrets, but I find it hard to believe that all of the government decisions during the Second World War can't be consulted. Unnecessary redactions don't allow for wisdom. Our friend Socrates said, "You need to know yourself." If we don't know our history, we can't know ourselves as a people, as a population. Some things must be kept secret, but for how long? For what uses? And for whom? These are questions that need to be asked in this debate on Bill C-377. On the other hand, I understand some things should remain secret. Historically, the intimate, the sacred, the dangerous, these are elements that we've always kept secret. But the bill is not looking at the intimate, the sacred, the fragile, the dangerous. The bill is concerned with classified documents. We know from experience that there's the confidential level secret, top secret, for Canadian eyes only. These are levels, but what we realize is that classified documents are often overclassified, so people who should be able to know can't. There's information that is top secret and it comes from a foreign source, a member of the Five Eyes. And if we made the information public, it could damage that member. We need to be careful. We need to be discerning. The Winnipeg lab documents were nearly 600 pages, and it was declassified by the ad hoc document. 600 pages redacted for national security, but at the end of the day, there's only 13 or 14 that stay redacted. Well, maybe we can ask questions about over-redaction. Over-classification, maybe it's overly secretive. Too many secrets leads to distrust. Not enough would prevent us from working well, but too much secrecy breeds distrust, and currently there are echo chambers and social media, and that can lead to mistrust. We saw it last winter in front of Parliament on the street, but that's not the only form. If I get back to the bill, we must provide access to classified documents on two requirements. First, a security clearance must have been obtained. Second, there must be a work-related need. For civil servants, it's easier to know what their work is than for parliamentarians. But in the case of a parliamentarian, it's more complicated but not impossible. I mentioned earlier that the government is accountable to Parliament for all of its activities. It shouldn't be able to decide for itself what should be secret at the outset. That is a first recommendation. The bill proposes a simple solution in Section 13.1, Paragraph 1. A member of the Senate or the House of Commons who applies for a secret security clearance from the Government of Canada is, for the purposes of the consideration of their application, deemed to need access to the information in respect of which the application is made. It's good, but it could be problematic at times. The bill respects the privilege of parliamentarians. That's a step forward, but it could be dangerous. With this bill, there's something I really like. The government will no longer be the only judge of its own secrets. That's very good. But it doesn't mean that all information should be made available on simple request. That could be dangerous. Our colleague was talking about the Winnipeg Lab. I was on the ad hoc committee. There were representatives from each of the four parties, and the committee was struck after quite the discussion, but the four parliamentarians were able to provide an opinion on the redaction that was submitted to three judges, and those three judges, to my great surprise, gave a verdict that was identical to that of the members of the committee. So the documents did not stay redacted. It was not about national security. There was embarrassment, that's sure, but it was not about national security.
I've always liked the thinker La Rochefoucauld, who said that everyone agrees that confidentiality should be inviolable, but not everyone agrees on the nature and the importance of the secret. We often only consult ourselves on what we should say or what we should remain silent on. And this is what's happening here. The government is deciding what should remain secret. So, I believe that we should put an end to overclassification and preventive redaction. Preventive redaction is preventing us from knowing ourselves, from knowing our history, and has an immense cost. This bill, C-377, would enable us to start thinking about the very concept of secrecy and confidentiality. This has to be healthy for democracy and will increase trust among parliamentarians, among citizens, and even in the government, which greatly needs it between you and me. Let's start thinking about this now. Thank you.
The honourable for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of Bill C-377, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, introduced by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound. This legislation amends the Parliament of Canada Act to specify that when a Member of Parliament or a Senator requests a secret security clearance, that member will be treated as being deemed to need to know the information in which the security clearance is sought. This is important because, as it presently stands, it is highly unlikely that any individual Member of Parliament or Senator will receive a security clearance. Unless a member or senator already has a security clearance as a result of their profession prior to being elected or appointed, or serve as a member of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, or NSICOP, the chances of a member of Parliament or senator successfully obtaining a security clearance are almost zero. And that is because security clearances are issued on a need-to-know basis. And essentially, the policy of the Government of Canada is that members of Parliament and senators do not need to know. Now, that may come as a surprise to Canadians. I would submit that it is problematic, which I will get into momentarily, but that is the policy. This bill changes that. It amends the Parliament of Canada Act such that for the purposes of processing security clearance application, members of Parliament and senators are deemed to know. In short, it provides a presumption that when a member of Parliament or senator applies, that they be granted a security clearance, a secret security clearance. That's what Bill C-377 does. That's all that Bill C-377 does. It's important to note what this bill does not do. It does not guarantee that a member or senator will be granted a security clearance. They will have to be vetted, just as any Canadian who applies for a security clearance must be vetted. If they are deemed untrustworthy, or if there are security issues or other red flags associated with the member or senator pursuant to the security clearance review process, they will be turned down. They will not obtain a security clearance. This bill does not change that. Moreover, this bill is targeted insofar as it applies specifically to secret security clearances, and I emphasize secret security clearances. It does not apply to and will not create a presumption of issuing a top secret security clearance to members of Parliament and senators. And further, it is important to note that just because someone has a security clearance doesn't mean that they have the unfettered ability to obtain whatever information they want. Obtaining a security clearance merely gets one's foot in the door. And, Madam Speaker, I would further note that this bill importantly establishes a certain level of uniformity with respect to how applications for security clearances involving members of Parliament and senators are dealt with, because at present the process has been one that is ad hoc in nature. Members of NSICOP have security clearances, quite appropriately so. But if members of NSICOP have security clearances, wouldn't it also make sense for members who serve on committees such as National Defense, Foreign Affairs, and Public Safety to be able to also have security clearances, provided that they are properly vetted? Moreover, the government has established, for instance, a special committee to review the classified Winnipeg lab documents. Members on that committee were granted security clearances. Similarly, with respect to reviewing the Afghan detainee documents, the Harper government established a special committee in which members, again, had security clearances. So no consistency, no uniformity, the granting of such clearances being done on an ad hoc basis. I would submit, Madam Speaker, that that is not desirable. It can be improved, and this bill does improve it by providing greater certainty and transparency around the application process. Madam Speaker, as I noted at the beginning of my speech, I do find it problematic that, as a general rule, members of Parliament and senators are unable to access security clearances. After all, Parliament deals with matters of national security and intelligence. Those fall within the purview of Parliament. It is the responsibility of Parliament to hold the government accountable and to provide meaningful oversight on these matters. And so it follows that not having a security clearance and therefore not having the ability to access what may be pertinent information around national security and intelligence matters impedes the ability of members of Parliament and senators to do their jobs, to hold the government to account, to provide proper oversight and accountability. In addition to that, there is value in members having security clearances insofar as it enables them to better understand national security and intelligence matters. It creates a culture of greater awareness, and it enables members to, in certain areas, perhaps fill in the blanks, to have a better context with respect to national security and intelligence issues that might be matters that they are dealing with as, for example, a member of a parliamentary committee or as a shadow minister. Now, in that regard, I would just cite the ruling of Speaker Milliken in April of 2010 concerning the Winnipeg lab, or rather the Afghan detainee documents. Mr. Speaker Milliken said the following, quote, "In a system of responsible government, the fundamental right of the House of Commons to hold the government accountable for its actions is an indisputable privilege and, in fact, an obligation." Mr. Speaker Milliken went on to state, quote, "The right of Parliament to obtain every possible information on public questions is undoubted, and the circumstances must be exceptional, and the reasons very cogent when it cannot be at once laid before the Houses." And with respect to members of Parliament and senators being trusted with sensitive information, Mr. Speaker Milliken said, quote, "The insinuation that members of Parliament cannot be trusted with the very information that they may well require to act on behalf of Canadians runs contrary to the inherent trust that Canadians have placed in their elected officials and which members require to act in their various parliamentary capacities," end of quote. I concur wholeheartedly with Mr. Speaker Milliken. This bill is an important step in the right direction to enhance transparency and accountability around national security and intelligence matters, and it is a step in the right direction from the standpoint of better empowering members of Parliament and senators to fulfill their oversight responsibilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institution and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to rise on this bill. I appreciate the sponsor's commitment and listen to his speech in regards to wanting to have this conversation and educate. And I think that's a very worthwhile conversation that we as parliamentarians and Canadians should be having. I too once served on NSICOP, and perhaps the sponsor had similar feelings that I had, which were to really think about how little Parliament talks about and probably thinks about national security. And frankly, I think there is a lot to be done in regards to cyber safety for Parliament and parliamentarians. So I'm not sure if this was part of his rationale in thinking about this, but it was certainly a realization that I had as a member of NSICOP of how little parliamentarians are I don't want to say protected, but briefed in terms of just good cyber hygiene measures, and how we all must take, as parliamentarians, we all must take this very seriously. And I do think there should be more conversations, not only in our own caucuses, but as parliamentarians as a whole. So with that in mind, I think the idea and the concept around this bill is one that has merits. However, I will point out in the course of my speech, because I know I don't have too much time, a few challenges with this bill that perhaps can have further conversation. I welcome feedback, but there are some areas in here that I do think needs to be reflected upon. The first being in regards to parliamentary privilege. So one of the things that is specified in the NSICOP Act is specific around clearance given and waiving of parliamentary privilege. And this is done specifically to ensure that any members who receive clearance and therefore national security information, that they cannot share that information and then use the protections around parliamentary privilege. And for Canadians that may not know what that means, is that we are protected in this place to be able to say things without fear of reprisal. However, you, Madam Speaker, would understand that national security matters, and the confidentiality and the safety of Canadian Armed Forces members and our security teams around the world would need to ensure that there is a higher level of protection. And parliamentary privilege would mean someone with national security clearance who receives the clearance through, let's say, a bill like this or legislation like this, and not things like the NSICOP Act, which specifically waive parliamentary privilege. It would mean that a member could say anything and not be prosecuted under things like the Espionage Act, as an example. I don't know if that was a technical oversight. I'm certainly not saying that the sponsor of this bill is suggesting that parliamentary privilege is to allow national security information, like a loophole, to be shared. But that is certainly a flaw in the drafting of this bill that, as I've said, the NSICOP Act specifically addresses. And as a former member, I had to sign documents that I was, no longer able to have parliamentary privilege as a condition of my NSICOP days. Again, dealing with national security, it makes sense of why we'd want to make sure that that technicality is really clearly defined. The issues around need to know, and I have been discussed, so I won't spend too much time on it. But, Madam Speaker, members opposite spoke about the need for this or the opportunity for this. However, they also indicated that there may not ever be, a guarantee that information is actually given. And so it makes me wonder then, what does this legislation actually accomplish? I think it's worthwhile, again, to have the conversation to ensure that parliamentarians have access to classified information where it can help us in our duties, but to just go through this process and this bill knowingly accepting that the need to know question is not being addressed, then again, it makes me wonder if this is the best use of a PMB or a best use of how to provide information to parliamentarians on a national security level. Again, it's not to say the merits of this conversation are not worthwhile, but it is a challenge that I think we should discuss. I also want to talk about NSICOP and the whole rationale of why NSICOP was originally created. And it was created with actually kind of the intent of this member's PMB in mind. If you recall, Madam Speaker, the recommendation for a National Security Committee of Parliamentarians was actually provided or was recommended back when it was Prime Minister Harper. Canada was one of the only Five Eyes without any sort of parliamentarian oversight, without access to classified information. And it was under the Harper government that said, no, absolutely not. There would be no national security clearance provided to any parliamentarians. So it's interesting to me. I would be very pleased if the Conservatives have now come to see that that was a mistake, but that was precisely why NSICOP was created, to create this space for national security clearance, but not just clearance to members, but the process and place to share that information in a proper and secure manner. It's not just the clearance that an individual has, but it's how that information is then accessed also must be done in a way respecting national security. So that was precisely the design of NSICOP, was to provide parliamentarians with that access and that ability to determine their own areas of study, where they can choose, as a committee represented by all parties as well as the Senate, to make that determination. So I think that the idea, again, to provide more opportunities for people with clearance, I do understand where the member is coming from. However, it doesn't address of what information they would be looking for, where are they going to access it physically, how are they going to maintain it, and on this ad hoc basis, what will actually come of it? Because, Madam Speaker, it's important to know that pieces of intelligence does not equal a conclusion, and that there could be several pieces of intelligence, and unless they are all compiled together and a proper determination and reflection is done, that individual pieces of intelligence used out of context could actually make parliamentarians and people not better informed, but in fact, could lead to some, I guess, interesting outcomes without the full picture. So again, it's why I think NSICOP is a place where there's an opportunity to truly reflect and bring all of the intelligent pieces together, and then properly move forward on a recommendation or reflection or further study. And in regards to clearance itself, again, I recognize the sponsor has said this doesn't guarantee anyone can receive clearance, and that's a fair point. However, I find, again, and I don't think the sponsor has this intention, but I find it interesting when not too long ago, it was the Conservative leader who was actually offered to receive his national security clearance and to receive briefings on foreign interference, and he refused to do so, claiming to, quote, not be muzzled. So it makes me nervous to see the conservative leader not understand the difference between taking in information, being able to hold it in confidentiality and secret, but still be able to advocate one way or the other. But he didn't feel he could actually do that and not breach the confidentiality that would be required. So he chose not to actually seek his clearance. So it raises concerns too about who is accessing a clearance, what information they might receive, and then how will they actually view that in terms of sharing that information. Again, I think the sponsor of this bill has very good intentions, and that is not part of it. But we can't ignore the fact that their own leader believed national security clearance was a form of, quote, muzzling. So, Madam Speaker, it raises some questions for me. Again, I would love to have further conversations about how parliamentarians can better protect our national security and work together with better cyber goals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills commons, consideration at third reading of Bill C-50, Canadian Sustainable Jobs Act.
Ms. Kira for Mr. Wilkinson. By Ms. Le Boutillier moves that Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, be now read a third time and do pass. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in my capacity as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. This is the third time I rise in this place to move forward the Canadian Sustainable Jobs Act, C-50. And I'm frustrated that it has taken such a difficult journey to get us to third reading on this legislation. A bill that is only about 12 pages long and which has been supported by workers in industry. However, it seems to have touched a nerve with the Conservative opposition, and so we have had to overcome a massive amount of obstruction to get to this point. Just last week, we faced a voting marathon that lasted over 12 hours of voting time, as resources were taken up with recorded votes forced by the Conservatives. This bill matters, so Liberals did not hesitate to stand up and vote for each one. But let's be clear. The result of that Conservative charade was wasted time and taxpayer resources. I wasn't surprised, because this voting marathon was just one more example of the obstruction that we and I have faced in this place and at committee. In December, the Natural Resources Committee, on which I sit, faced over 20,000 amendments put forward by the Conservatives, and this on a bill that is only about 12 pages long. The amendments were not serious proposals, and in all of my years in this place, I have never seen such awful behavior at committee. At these meetings, the Conservative members were loud, disruptive, and the tone was like nothing I've ever seen. It wasn't just a filibuster. That's a normal tool for opposition members. It was repeated, loud yelling of point of order so that nothing could be said or heard. It was filming a video at every point of suspension in pursuit of a social media click and social media videos, rather than in pursuit of getting the policy right. All of this while workers from across the country were telling us over and over again that they wanted to see us move forward with the Sustainable Jobs Act, that they wanted the Conservatives to end their obstruction. At a conference last week, the Conservative energy critic stated that for her, in respect of this bill, and I quote, "A mutual and evidence-based middle ground is not a thing," close quote. So much for developing policy on the evidence and for working with each other to get the best results for our communities. Why does the Conservative Party look to oppose a bill that empowers workers? To oppose a bill that acknowledges the need for workers to be at the table as our country charts a path towards a net zero future? Because that's what this bill does. Let me set out quickly what is contained in the Sustainable Jobs Act. It has 5 parts. La première partie présente des principes guidants.
The first part has guiding principles and an approach to the economy and the environment. There are measures to support workers and also to create sustainable jobs, basing ourselves on international best practices. And all this sends a strong message to investors. The message is that Canada is ready to play a leading role in the emerging universe of green growth. The second is to create a partnership council for sustainable jobs. The council will offer annual independent advice to the Government of Canada and will also work for Canadians. Experts, such as workers and Indigenous leaders and industry representatives, will be present at the bargaining table in order to guide the government in its actions. The third part contains an obligation to publish action plans every 5 years based on the contributions of stakeholders, partners, and the experts in the Partnership Council. The fourth part would create a secretariat for sustainable jobs in order to guarantee coordinated action in the implementation of this act throughout the federal government. The fifth and final part would designate responsible ministers responsible for the implementation of this legislation.
Are what have given rise to all of the Conservative furor. This is why they've put up so much time and energy to oppose. That's what it is. Legislation that helps workers to seize the opportunities and have a say in how it can be done. The Minister of Labour asked on Thursday, if they're not listening to industry or workers or the environmental community, who are they listening to? It's a good question, because it certainly isn't from the many who have spoken publicly. The president of the Business Council of Alberta said, and I quote, "The Sustainable Jobs Act represents an important opportunity for Canada to shape our future and create jobs by providing the resources that the world needs, including energy, food, and minerals." The International Union of Operating Engineers said, "The Sustainable Jobs Act is a step towards a future that puts the interests of energy workers at the forefront of a low-carbon economy." The president of the Canadian Labour Congress, which represents millions of Canadian workers, said, "The Sustainable Jobs Act signals a crucial milestone in our fight against climate change and the protection of workers' interests. Canada's unions stand committed to working alongside all stakeholders to ensure effective implementation towards a sustainable and equitable future for all." So what I hear when I hear those quotes is that I hear that workers and industry are telling us that they see in the Sustainable Jobs Act an unlocking of opportunities. They see it as part of our country's commitment to seize global opportunities in sustainable jobs, all the while making sure that workers are at the table as we work together to fight climate change and slow the natural disasters that are impacting our communities through wildfires, floods, droughts, hurricanes, and other events. Alors que nous efforçons de réduire les émissions,
we are working to reduce the emissions which fuel climate change. Meanwhile, we are equally determined to guarantee that young people have excellent careers which contribute to a sustainable and prosperous economy. The economy and the environment go hand in hand.
Communities are feeling these impacts on our clean air, floods and fires that damage homes, farms, and industry. It has been shocking that in this bill's very long journey to hear the Conservative colleagues from across the way say that they don't believe in climate change. For example, the Conservative MP for Red Deer Mountain View, who during his filibuster of this very bill claimed that climate change is having no impact on the frequency or severity of wildfires, which is entirely false. The Conservative MP for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke, in a newsletter to constituents, simply said that, and I quote, global warming, the global warming gig is up. These statements explain why the Conservative Party's climate plans have been to just let the planet burn. And that's not only frightening, it's also out of step with the rest of the world. Because the world is looking for clean energy, renewables, and to build their businesses in Canada because of our clean electrical grid. And these are the opportunities we can seize with the Sustainable Jobs Act. We have a target to hit net zero, and many subsectors like cement and electricity have similar pathways and roadmaps based on modeling and market trends, and all of this means expanding and deploying new technologies using skilled Canadian labor. These range from installing electric arc furnaces for steelmaking like at Dofasco, or finding ways to harness solar and biomass in remote communities like in Old Crow, Yukon, or from using deep lake cold water from Lake Ontario to cool downtown Toronto's hospitals and buildings through a district energy system operated by Enwave. There are hundreds of examples across this country of innovative projects that are being advanced to create clean power and create sustainable jobs. RBC estime qu'au cours de cette seule
Over the next decade, in the next few years, we will transition to a low-carbon global economy. And that is estimated to create about 80,000 new jobs in Canada in sectors where more skills will be necessary.
I had the chance to talk with people working on wind turbines in Ontario. One of these workers told me about how he had chosen to train to move to working on wind turbines because he liked the opportunity to be outdoors while doing the technical work he enjoys. He was making a better living, and he was living better. I met people at George Brown College who were part of a program to provide certification for electric vehicle mechanics. A large percentage of the people who were studying the certification were new to the field of mechanics. One person commented that the workplace for EVs has cleaner air than a traditional shop. And given that my grandfather worked in an auto body shop as a mechanic, DeBruson Motors, it hits home how no emissions in his shop would have been a much healthier workplace. On Women's Day this year, I had the opportunity to join Millwright Regional Council, ACON, and Ontario Power Generation at the graduation of a group of women. They'd been part of a special program to encourage women to become millwrights. And upon graduation, they were able to get jobs working on the refurbishment of the Darlington nuclear power plant. It was inspiring to meet these graduates and the people who'd come around them to create this special program. And what we're talking about here is good paying jobs in nuclear energy, the form of energy that has helped Ontario to move away from coal-fired electricity, which is bringing cleaner air to our communities across the province. Through the Sustainable Jobs Act, we want to make sure that workers help chart the course to make sure that women, like this graduating class, can find good paying jobs that are a part of our country's future. In fact, these are the jobs of our planet's future, and investment is flowing to clean technologies. In 2022 alone, over $2 trillion went to clean technologies globally. This bill helps support coordinating the labor force development needs of these fast-growing industries. As we rapidly look to expanding Canada's advantage in clean technologies to meet our domestic and global needs, we must also expand the skills and training of Canadians to ensure that high-quality jobs are created here. Allow me to provide two examples of how we are creating sustainable jobs in Canada for Canadian workers and communities while supporting our allies around the world. If the world wants more clean energy, and it does, let our talented workforce meet that demand. If the world wants more products made through a low-carbon manufacturing process, let us attract that investment that helps our workers to fill that gap. The first example is our nuclear financing agreement with Romania. Romania has been a NATO ally of Canada's for 20 years now, and it is strategically placed as a leader in Eastern Europe, supplying zero-emissions power to its neighbors with Canadian CANDU reactors at Cernavodă power station. Nuclear power and technology is a vital part of Canada's legacy as a Tier 1 nuclear nation. We are providing $3 billion in financing to Romania to develop 2 new CANDU reactors. That is a good deal. It is one which will be paid back with interest, which will flow entirely to Canadian companies, which will create good jobs across Ontario, which will help Romania to phase out coal several years ahead of schedule, and which will displace Putin's energy blackmail with a steady supply of reliable zero-emissions power. Speaker, that is a win for climate action, a win for our allies, and a win for our economy. It's a win for workers, and it's a win for Canada. The second example is about hydrogen. A few weeks ago, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources led a delegation to Hamburg, Germany, where Canada became the first country in the world to cement a hydrogen trade window with the Germans, marking the first deal of its kind between any 2 countries. Part of the reason that Chancellor Habeck had such confidence in Canada is because of the enormous clean power potential presented by our Atlantic offshore. As a Minister of Labour mentioned last Thursday, offshore wind and power and the hydrogen it can be used to create represent the largest economic opportunities for the region in a generation, and presents us with the potential to economically revitalize entire coastal communities across both provinces. That is an example of strategic investment and partnership being used to create thousands of sustainable jobs for Canadian workers on the path to net zero here and around the world. And if I go back to my frustrations, it has been deeply frustrating that Conservative members of the Natural Resources Committee have repeatedly talked down these offshore opportunities and stated opposition to C-49, the bill that would allow these offshore wind projects to proceed and to create that green hydrogen which is sought after by our allies. These are good opportunities to create good-paying jobs. We are standing up with provinces to make sure Canadian workers can seize these new opportunities. Workers are at the center of the Sustainable Jobs Act, and as I have pointed out, unions have strongly supported this bill. When workers organize, they don't just ask more of their employers, they expect more from government too. That's a good thing. We are advancing replacement worker legislation and investments in union-led training centers because we believe in unions. Just this weekend, I talked with a unionized worker in my community who was telling me about the importance of his union and his strong support for our replacement worker legislation. He wants a government that will support unionized workers and collective bargaining. And I could assure him that our Liberal government does. That stands in sharp contrast to the previous Conservative government, in which the leader of the opposition was a cabinet minister. As a cabinet minister in the Harper government, the leader of the opposition championed 2 of the most anti-union and anti-worker bills this House has ever seen, Bills 525 and C-377. 377 was an unconstitutional bill to silence unions by burying them in onerous reporting requirements, including by forcing them to show their strike funds to employers, weakening the prospect of deals at the bargaining table. C-525 similarly was an attack on workplace democracy, making it very difficult for workers to form unions and making it easier for the then Conservative government to arbitrarily decertify unions. In 2017, our government repealed both of these bills. And since then, we have continued to stand up for unions. Despite all of the conservative games, we've been pushing forward, and we will continue to fight for workers. This is precisely what our Sustainable Jobs Plan and Act are delivering. Je conclurai.
I will conclude by underlining the broad swath of support that exists for this legislation. First of all, Equitar said, this bill is an essential step towards more cohesive climate action, and there is absolutely no reason to delay its passage. Creating a sustainable foundation starts now, not in 2050.
The executive director of the Pembina Institute stated that passing the Sustainable Jobs Act and getting the new Sustainable Jobs Partnership Council working will deliver the message loud and clear. Canada is a great place to invest, with workers who are second to none and ready to get the job done. And a youth-led organization called Regeneration said they support the plan and the bill because it will help to ensure that green jobs are available for anyone who wants one. It will establish a partnership council to directly involve workers and communities in the transition and allocate critical funding to green skills development and training. And finally, the Vice President of the IBEW International said, through this legislation, the Government of Canada has demonstrated its commitment to protecting good-paying, highly skilled jobs. Countries around the world know that we have two choices ahead of us. We can advance plans for the future that allow us to seize economic opportunities while fighting climate change, or we can simply stick our heads in the sand and hope for the best. I sincerely hope that every member in this House agrees to choose the first path, because as countries around the world race to seize economic opportunities ahead of us, we must also quickly pass Bill C-50. We need to keep working to ensure we have a sustainable future and sustainable jobs for future generations. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, this government talks always about supporting union jobs, about supporting, a transition. But I would like to ask the member opposite. It is the oil sands, it is the potential of LNG that actually can create the capital necessary to not only give opportunity to First Nations, to unions, to workers, to be able to grow a stronger economy and to export and bring dollars from outside of Canada supporting our allies. Instead, this government wants to put a cap on oil sands development, and the BC NDP wants to do a similar cap on LNG. Madam Speaker, if we are going to make a place in this world where we're going to create the new technology, if we're going to employ Canadians, the answer is a free market approach. The answer is not a managed approach like this particular government and this bill wants to do. Establishing a new committee that is going to manage the destruction of that capital formation, Madam Speaker, is the wrong direction. If the member could please answer some of these arguments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I find it interesting because what this bill is about making sure that people in our communities, workers, Indigenous people, industry, have a seat at the table in determining what are the skills that are needed for the future economy. What are the skills when we're looking at the worldwide global changes ahead of us? How do we set ourselves up for success? This bill creates 3 seats for Indigenous people on Partnership Council. We have on it 3 seats for workers. We have seats for industry. This is where we look forward, working with the people who need to be part of these decisions. We let them be part of those decisions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for l'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know why this bill does not respect the Quebec-Ottawa Agreement on the labour force. Why it doesn't better respect cooperation with partners in Quebec. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you. Thank you to the Bloc for the question. We've worked with the provinces and territories on this bill. We've collaborated with them. And it must be said that this bill only applies to federal jurisdiction and does not interfere in provincial jurisdiction. And it was done in consultation with Quebec and all the other provinces. So we are directly in federal jurisdiction, and we always respect the provinces and territories, which are our partners.
And comments, the honourable for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for sharing her experience on International Women's Day this year and meeting women millwrights. I wanted to ask the member, how are women and diverse genders, Indigenous workers, and workers with disabilities economically harmed by the gains and delays that the Conservatives are bringing both to this House and to the committee in regards to the Sustainable Jobs Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member from the NDP for that question. And delay is never a good thing when we're trying to make sure that we are moving forward in meeting the challenges faced by climate change and to seize those opportunities. The world is moving ahead in this direction. In fact, when you look at the International Energy Agency and its predictions, the world is moving towards renewables. We see it in the investments that are happening right now. And when I talk with unions in my community, they talk about needing more skilled workers to build mass timber buildings, for example, and all of the different types of jobs that are there. But if we disempower workers by not allowing them to have a seat at the table, we're actually harming those opportunities from going forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would agree with what Eki Ter said about this bill. There's no reason to hold it up for any MP in this House because there's almost nothing in it. We could have had a bill. In fact, we heard a quote from a young people's group, I think I understand from the Parliamentary Secretary, that I believe is being misled when it talks about investments that are being directed by this bill. There is nothing of that here. This bill creates a council. It requires the government to create an action plan that's not been written yet. It'll create it in a few years. And it's going to create a secretariat to then advise on the bill. The bill could have had significant investments in young people's future in a just transition. It could have had investment in a just transition transfer to provinces and territories. None of that are in this bill. The member is a vocal and strong advocate to take action on the climate crisis. Why would she not be pushing this government to move further and faster?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the member from the Greens and would point out it's interesting what he says, because why are the Conservatives so scared of this bill that is setting up the structures on making sure that we have, like I said, workers, Indigenous peoples, industry at a table to look at how we do seize those opportunities of a green, what are the green technologies and clean technologies that the world is asking for. In every place, we are always fighting to make sure that we are getting those deals. Like I said, when it comes to hydrogen, the first agreement between any two countries in getting to green technologies for hydrogen. We are working to attract those investments, but this bill, it's about supporting workers, and I do not know why it's taken so long, but the Conservatives seem to have been bent on making sure it doesn't go forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I get a real kick out of the question from the member from Central Okanagan, Simikini Nicola, and who asked the question and continues to heckle during this about, well, we don't need government to set up the system. Let the market do it. The market can do it all on their own. Yeah, that's right, because for decades we haven't been helping the oil sector and basically government intervention to make sure that the oil sector was successful in Canada. The hypocrisy is absolutely amazing that comes from the Conservatives. But my question to the member would be, you know, why does she think the Conservatives are so afraid of this legislation? I mean, Conservatives, if they don't think that the future is in this technology, why would they even bother to get all worked up about this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. I have to say, as I stated in my speech, I'm a bit stumped as to why the Conservative members have been so strongly opposing and wasting time when we're talking about this bill. It has been fairly incomprehensible because what it is actually, it doesn't say within it which are the industries that form these sustainable jobs. What it does say is let's make sure industry, workers, Indigenous peoples have a seat at the table to look at all of these options and say, how are we going to make sure that we have the skills development programs and that we have the plans so that Canadian workers can be at the forefront of these new sustainable jobs. 400,000 is the amount that the RBC was predicting.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we talk about the unjust transition legislation that's before us, which is basically a piece of legislation that creates a committee to create a committee to create another committee. Ultimately, the member in her speech, she talked about electric arc furnitures. Well, we already have those in Regina. They're already there and they're already working. But then that was the industry that created that, not government. You know, we have cement that she talked about. The reality is cement is a bigger polluter than coal in emissions, but we're going to promote cement production. The only other product that's not used more than cement is water. Ultimately, though, when she talks about the committees and how everyone's going to be involved, when I talk to my coal workers and my miners and my energy people, and they talk about things about being included in these committees, they aren't being talked about. The people that are being brought to this committee that this member is talking about are people that are sitting in downtown Toronto, which is the only place where this person is talking about where the jobs are going to be created.
Brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think that the member opposite missed that the people who I was referring to who have been supporting this bill are people like the International Union of Operating Engineers, the president of the Business Council of Alberta, not based in Toronto, the president of the Canadian Labour Congress, looking at through Équiterre, looking at IBEW International. This is supported by workers across the country. And I don't know what they're afraid of, but in my world, we make sure that workers have a voice and that we look out for their needs.
I want to remind members we can have passionate debates, but there are rules in the House, and you need to be recognized to be able to participate. Members can ask questions, but they need to listen to the answers, and if they have other questions, they should wait to be recognized. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It sure is telling that every time the NDP Liberals get up to talk about this bill, they talk about almost anything other than actually C-50. I think that's because Bill C-50, the Just Transition, is actually the culmination of 9 years of the NDP Liberals' anti-energy, anti-capitalist, and frankly, anti-Canadian policies that they know will hurt Canadians. The bill's proponents say Bill 50 will deliver jobs and skills training programs, but the bill itself does nothing of the sort. Instead, it sets up a fancy appointed government committee that will set up another committee to dictate 5-year economic plans to governments. And despite what they claim, the costly coalition knows the Just Transition will actually disrupt the livelihoods of millions of Canadians, threaten 2.7 million jobs in energy, agriculture, transportation, construction, and manufacturing, which is about 15% of Canada's total workforce. But don't take my word for it. These numbers come from the Natural Resources Minister's own briefing memo about the Just Transition from a couple of years ago. That's really why the NDP Liberals colluded to ram Bill C-50 through the House and through committee without hearing from any of the Canadians who they know this bill will affect, because they know just how much harm their so-called Just Transition will cause. In the fall, the Cover-Up Coalition limited debate to less than 8 hours for all parties, allowed only 2 hours for clause-by-clause debate at committee, and ultimately blocked any single witness, anyone, from speaking about the impact of Bill C-50, limited report stage debate to 1 day, and now will only allow less than 6 hours of debate during the third and final reading. This is undemocratic. Obviously, the Liberals know how unpopular the just transition actually is among Canadians, and that's exactly why they don't want to let Canadians speak out about it. No wonder they rammed it through committee in the middle of the night, silence everyone, and hope no one notices, because they're actually showing their true colors. They care more about global accolades and international mutual admiration societies than about Canadians. And frankly, they care more than they really care about Canada, about your home, my home, and our home. The Liberals argued that they had to rush through the bill because of how supposedly important it was. But once they sidelined Conservatives and prevented any witnesses from speaking at committee, they didn't bring it back for 4 more months. Time and time again, they say one thing and they do another. Canadians don't want this top-down economic restructuring, wealth redistributing, central planning, just transition. That's why they rebranded and changed the name with buzzwords to distract. But Canadians see through them. In fact, the majority of Canadians think Canada should not be forced to pay for or to go through anything like the just transition until the world's big polluters make serious efforts of their own. People around the world face energy and food emergencies every day. Countries are switching to coal when Canada should supply them with LNG instead because of these NDP Liberals. While Canada accounts for only 1.6% of world emissions, China approved more coal power in the first quarter of 2023 after building 6 times as many coal plants as the rest of the world combined in 2022. Last year, over 70% of India's power came from coal. Instead of supporting Canada's LNG development to help countries get off of coal by exporting the world's cleanest LNG, helping to lower global emissions, the Liberals fixate on destroying Canada's economy and the livelihoods of the millions of workers who depend on jobs in Canada's energy sector. How does this make any sense? While the NDP Liberals punish Canadians for working in one of the world's most sustainable and transparent energy sectors and for living in a cold, distant northern country, other countries burn more and more coal every day. The NDP Liberals say things like, the world is moving this way. Well, I wish they'd really pay attention to what's actually happening in the rest of the world. The rest of the world's actually moving away from the agenda that the costly coalition imposes on Canada. The virtue signaling and empty words here must stop. Reality and common sense must prevail. No wonder they made that last-minute name change to the bill, launched a coordinated spin job, broke and made up the rules, and rammed it all through so the fewest people would find out. But Conservatives said, not so fast. We proposed reasonable amendments that the NDP Liberals rejected outright with no hesitation and no consideration. They rejected amendments from Conservatives outlining measures to ensure access to affordable and reliable energy, to ensure a strong export-oriented energy sector, to avoid regulatory duplication and unnecessary delays, measures to improve affordability and to facilitate and promote economic growth in Canada, the creation of sustainable jobs through private sector investment, measures to ensure that major and clean energy projects under federal regulatory frameworks can be delivered on time and on budget. They rejected that. Measures to ensure the importance of collaborating with all levels of government, including provincial and municipal governments, engaging all relevant partners and stakeholders, measures to include representatives of provincial governments and Indigenous governance bodies, measures to recognize local and regional needs, including in Indigenous communities. They rejected measures to ensure ways to create economic opportunities for Indigenous communities, I guess because they know Indigenous Canadians work at double the rates in Canada's oil and gas sector than in other sectors, and measures to ensure this bill promotes economic growth, including the economic growth of Indigenous communities. All of those were proposed by Conservatives, and all were rejected by the NDP Liberals. If you didn't believe before that the just transition would be anything but fair and equitable for Canadians, now you know for sure. What would be the reason for voting against all these changes calling for measures to improve affordability and to create economic opportunities for Indigenous communities? They even rejected a block amendment because it sought to preserve existing jobs. Bill C-50 won't create sustainable jobs, it will kill them. It's clear there's nothing well-intentioned about this bill or the NDP Liberals' costly coalition. Conservatives also proposed further amendments for Canadian workers and the energy sector, but the NDP Liberals opposed them all, like, quote, Canada's natural resource sector, including oil and gas, has been a reliable source of revenue for the Government of Canada and has contributed to the sustainability of core social programs. Quote, Canada's plan to reduce its production of oil and gas should be done in lockstep with major emitters like China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Quote, Canada should sell liquefied natural gas to its security partners in Europe so that they can break dependence on Russian natural gas. Quote, Canadian oil and gas workers produce cleaner products than any other country in the world. All were rejected. All of those were rejected by the NDP Liberals. The Costly Coalition truly has no regard for the hardworking Canadians in the energy sector and local communities right across the country who keep Canadians' lights on, vehicles running, homes warm and cool, and businesses going. The Costly Coalition actually ignores the lessons from other countries who began imposing a combination of anti-energy and anti-free market policies years ago. But the NDP Liberals don't care about reality because it's all about ideology for them. For example, the consequence of Ireland's anti-energy just transition agenda shut down manufacturing jobs in Ireland, only to have the same jobs be created in other countries abroad, with no impact on emissions, but a lot of harm to the economy and the livelihoods of their citizens. Germany was forced to reopen coal plants after initiating their suite of top-down economic restructuring policies years ago. Last year, over a third of Germany's electricity came from coal, and the government waived their emissions tax due to the high cost of energy. Poland is dependent on coal for over 70% of their energy mix, with no plans to phase it out until 2040. The Netherlands was forced to end their cap on energy production from coal-fired power plants to protect themselves and to stop their reliance on Russian natural gas. Austria reopened its coal plants just 2 years after finishing their so-called just transition. And in New Zealand, just 3 years after initiating their just transition plan, the country burned more coal than ever before. Last year, Britain had to bring coal plants back online in the face of cold snaps, with the risk of over 3-hour rolling blackouts, even with the coal plants that were able to come back online, something that Canadians are already experiencing across the country. Sweden, which currently holds the EU's presidency, ceased all of its efforts to net zero and upset EU plans to phase out fossil fuel subsidies earlier this year when it put forward a motion to allow countries to prolong subsidies for coal power plants. Sweden also dumped their 100% renewable target amid ongoing concerns about their own short-term energy security and extended their timelines for alternative energy to 2045. In Scotland, there's no planned phase-out of oil and gas, but rather a commitment to continued exploration and production with the hope that investments in sustainable energy and carbon capture, utilization, and storage technologies help reduce sectoral emissions. In Norway, that anti-energy Canadian activists love to celebrate, they continue to export oil and gas, with 49% of Norway's annual revenues coming from the petroleum sector. Warm, small, and sunny Mexico also hit record high fossil fuel power generation in 2023. That's the reality around the world where the just transition has been tried. Somehow, the Liberals think if they ignore all of the warning signs and alarm bells, they'll avoid these same problems faced by all of these countries around the world. The Prime Minister and his Costly Coalition need a serious reality check. But Canadians don't even have to look abroad to see the failure of just transition claims and plans. In 2017, the Liberals accelerated the forced shutdown of coal operations in communities in Alberta, Saskatchewan, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, which killed the jobs of 3,000 workers across the 4 provinces, approximately 13 communities. The Liberals' promised just transition did not materialize. Despite $150 million tax dollars spent, jobs were not replaced, communities were devastated, and municipal representatives worry that local governments will not be able to afford to keep the water running and town services operational much longer. The Auditor General said that Liberals' just transition for coal workers was anything but just. The program lacked employee retention. It actually led to a loss of skills and skilled workers, which hiked the cost of housing and infrastructure in remote areas as people flee those small communities. Impacted workers were not identified in advance, and 86% of the workforce were left behind with generic, untargeted, and unhelpful programs. None of the recommendations of the task force were implemented, and all of the government departments that were supposed to monitor and report on the status of activities and measure whether projects actually helped communities didn't report and couldn't determine whether or not the millions of taxpayer dollars actually did anything. The Liberals' just transition for coal was a perfect and expensive failure trifecta, a failure to plan, a failure to implement, and a failure to measure outcomes. Left behind are dozens of communities and thousands of workers and their families who now have to make new lives for themselves because far away and out-of-touch politicians and program administrators implemented an accelerated plan to fire those hardworking Canadians, make their communities ghost towns, and patted themselves in the back while they're doing it. That's exactly what Bill C-50, the just transition, is all about. They want to do it all again, but this time with energy, agriculture, manufacturing, construction, and transportation workers that rely indirectly or directly on the oil and gas sector. That internal memo to the Natural Resource Minister, it says, quote, large-scale transformations will take place in agriculture for 292,000 workers, in energy for 202,000 workers, in manufacturing for 193,000 workers, in construction for 1.4 million workers, and in transportation for 642,000 workers. And they know it will kill 170,000 oil and gas jobs immediately. That's their plan. The just transition is an attack on all the livelihoods in all those significant sectors in Canada, and it will ultimately hurt all provinces. And what does the minister's memo say these workers will be retained in? Well, some of these people will be retained in jobs as janitors and drivers. Now listen, janitors and drivers are obviously essential workers in any business and in all sectors. But the Costly Coalition should be honest enough to tell the millions of workers already in sustainable, highly paid jobs with significant pensions, benefits, and advancement opportunities that that's really their plan for them. The just transition is the pinnacle of the NDP Liberals' anti-energy agenda for Canada. It goes hand in hand with their cruel and inflationary carbon taxes 1 and 2, the tanker ban, the emissions cap, drilling bans, anti-development zones, the unrealistic EV targets, an incoming ban on ICE engines, their overreach on plastics, endless and impossible permitting timelines and red tape, and their No More Pipelines Bill C-69, which was ruled unconstitutional over 185 days ago, with no response or changes yet from the Liberals. This long line of anti-energy policies from the Liberals is a deliberate effort to accelerate the phase out of oil and gas in Canada. The Liberals know it won't be produced if it can't be exported, so they block pipelines and they turn away world leaders and allies who ask for our resources like LNG. After 9 years, they've already driven billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of jobs out of Canada. It's clearly not worth the cost. At a time when the world is in an energy crisis and millions are living in energy poverty, Canada's resource wealth should be used to support our allies, to support people in developing countries, not force them to support their adversaries. If the just transition in Canada goes ahead as intended, the Liberals will continue to reject allies who so desperately want to get off of Russian energy, to quit funding Putin's war machine. And this is the reality. Global demand for oil and gas has risen and will continue to rise in the foreseeable future. So instead of forcing countries like Japan, Germany, Greece, and others to turn to dictators and despots for their energy needs, Canada should be the reliable and environmentally responsible source they can rely on, but the NDP Liberals gatekeepers hold Canada back. Canada has the 3rd largest oil reserves in the world while being the 4th largest producer, the 18th largest natural gas reserves while being the 5th largest producer. Common sense Conservatives will ensure Canada accelerates and expands the development and exports of traditional oil and gas for the benefit of our people and our home and to help allies around the world. Canada could rank 6th in LNG exports if all of the 18 proposed projects were completed and displace all natural gas from Russia to allied nations in Europe and East Asia like Germany, Ukraine, France, Japan, and South Korea. But this government's regulatory regime has killed all but 3 of those proposed LNG projects in Canada, and still to date, none are operational. Only one, which was previously approved under Conservatives, is under construction. These Liberals also ignore the fact that the oil and gas sector has been and continues to be the top private sector investor in clean technology in Canada. In fact, 75% of Canadian private sector investment in clean energy comes from oil and gas and pipeline companies. But the NDP Liberals will apparently spend billions of tax dollars on re-education programs that their internal briefing notes explicitly say will leave workers at risk of only being able to get jobs that are more precarious with less pay and lower skills requirements, and to shut down a sector that is already the leading research and development development investor and skills trainer in alternative, renewable, and future energy technologies in Canada. And by the way, 90% of companies in the oil and gas sector have 100 or fewer employees. They're all small businesses, and they're not big union shops. No matter what they say, the Liberals' just transition won't be able to replace the quality, quantity, or pay of those working today in Canada's energy sector, never mind the tax revenue to all governments that benefit every Canadian. Indigenous people in Canada and visible minorities who are more highly represented in the sectors that Liberals want to transition away from will face even higher job disruptions, more trouble finding new opportunities, and the worst thing is the NDP Liberals know it. Canada should be the world's energy producer and supplier of choice. Canada should be energy secure and self-sufficient. But the Liberals put ideology and partisanship above reality and the economy and Canadian sovereignty. Politicians should be honest about the outcomes of their policies. No wordsmithing can negate the socioeconomic consequences of the just transition concept for Canada. And besides, Canadian oil and gas jobs, they are sustainable jobs. The solutions are transformation, not transition. Technology, not taxes, led by the private sector, not government. Conservatives would bring costs and red tape down, accelerate approvals to make both traditional and alternative energy more affordable and accessible for all Canadians while greenlighting green projects to help lower emissions globally. But I believe Canadians can see through the costly coalition. I believe they know they're not worth their trust and not worth the cost to Canada. For my part, I won't stop speaking the truth, no matter what vile names or crass insults they throw at me, no matter how much doublespeak and gaslighting they do. I won't back down and I won't cower. The truth is this: common sense Conservatives are the only party that wants to make life more affordable for all Canadians, and to green-light green projects and expand traditional oil and gas for Canadian energy self-sufficiency, to protect Canada's sovereignty, enhance Canada's security with free and democratic allies, and to help lower emissions globally. The best thing for workers right across the country are jobs. This bill creates a fancy government committee that will create another fancy government committee, all behind closed doors, with no transparency, no accountability to deliver plans to restructure Canada's economy on a 5-year cycle. This is exactly the kind of anti-energy, anti-private sector, anti-democratic policy agenda that has led other countries around the world into expensive power, unaffordable and unreliable fuel and power, protests from their citizens, and governments rolling back these suites of bad policies that are harmful to their countries and harmful to the people. And this also, given Iran's attack on Israel, Canadians should also be thinking about the necessity for Canada to be completely self-sufficient for our own energy supply and security, which is what Conservatives will ensure we can be under a new common sense Conservative government. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to move the following amendment, seconded by the member from Provencher, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: the House decline to give third reading to Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, since the bill will actually displace workers, kill jobs, and kill the very sector that provides the most investment and the most advancements in alternative energy. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Well done.
Anyone new to the channel, please like and subscribe.
While we're waiting to get the copy of the motion, I would ask members if they want to have conversations to please take them out.
Stubbs is actually like right on the money. She's absolutely right. Right on.
Order. Ms. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Falk, moves the following amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: the House declined to give third reading to Bill C-50, and that an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, since the bill will displace workers, kill jobs, and kill the very sector that provides the most investment and most advancements in alternative energy. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
I wish I could be surprised by that proposed amendment, but I'm not, because it goes on with the continued obstruction that we've seen, any efforts by the Conservative Party to shut down the voices of workers as we talk about the important changes that are happening right around the world in the fight against climate change. But when I would really like to ask the member opposite, because I've heard her in several instances refer to a globalist agenda or a globalist pot. And as a Jewish Canadian, I know that that's a dog whistle. It's an anti-Semitic dog whistle to people questioning the loyalty of Jewish people to Canada. And so I'm wondering if she would like to take a moment in this House to not only retract references to a globalist plot or globalist agenda, but to also apologize.
Order. I'm not sure if it's heckling or if people are trying to answer. I just want to remind members that unless they're being recognized, and I know that the Honourable Member for Lakeland can certainly respond effectively to the questions that are being asked. And I also want to remind members to try to keep their comments and questions and debates to what is before the House. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. Globalism is, of course, a political theory that believes in policies being designed by global organizations and then being imposed on sovereign countries through global agreements. That's what globalism is. It's where the concept of the just transition comes from. It's been developed at exactly those kinds of meetings over the course of decades. And instead of putting Canadian jobs and the Canadian economy, Canadian security, Canadian sovereignty, Canadian energy independence, and ensuring that Canada can be the world's topmost supplier of our energy products and technology. What the Liberals are doing through the Bill C-50 Just Transition is imposing that concept that comes from globalism, from this globalism theory and thinking. Now, Madam Speaker, you made exactly the right point, which I would also like to emphasize, which is, again, it is very telling when the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources won't even get up on her feet and actually defend the bill, actually clarify if she thinks that there are claims that I've made that are not true, and actually stand up for what they're doing here. But they'll avoid that at all costs, just like they won't let any Canadian speak about this bill.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a great deal of appreciation for my colleague for Lakeland. We're on the Natural Resources Committee together. She's always very affable and kind. But I do have a difficult question for her because there's something that bothers me. When I think about what she said at committee, I have a simple question. Does she believe in climate change? Does she believe that the oil and gas sector has some responsibility for the climate change we're seeing? I'd like a simple answer.
Member for Lakeland.
What I believe is that governments and politicians have to be honest about their policies and about what they stand for. So just as was the case under the former Conservative government just as our leader says, just as all of my common sense Conservative colleagues here say, I believe that emissions reduction should be achieved through technology and not taxes, through Canadian workers, Canadian ingenuity, and the Canadian private sector. I want to appreciate and acknowledge the Bloc's participation on this bill. Several times they supported provincial jurisdiction, and in that way would tell the federal government to back off in their top-down central planning micromanagement embodied by Bill C-50. I certainly appreciated the Bloc support on those principles. I would also note that the Bloc themselves tried to make amendments to have Bill C-50 include language about preserving existing jobs in all these sectors that will be hurt by the just transition, and also the Bloc tried to really insert in substantive ways the concepts of fairness, transparency, and equity within Bill C-50. And all of those amendments that the Bloc proposed were rejected by the NDP Liberals too.
The commentaire, the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwanis-Newcastle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I didn't hear from this member is about the climate emergency that we are facing. The member comes from a province, Alberta, where forest fires are already burning. We've been told we are expecting a potentially worse wildfire season this year. Like her, I come from Western Canada, where part of our provinces are facing potentially severe drought. Here in our region, I hear from workers in the resource sector who are concerned about the future of their children. Does the member, and they understand that we need to find a way to transition to sustainable work for a livable future, does the member not think we need to support workers in the face of climate change, which means bold action in terms of supporting the kind of work they can do on a livable planet?
Member for Lakeland.
Well, for 9 years, I hope that Canadians can judge me by my words and by my actions, and in the same way, the actions and the words of all of my common sense conservative colleagues, to the exclusion of almost all else from time to time, it feels. For 9 years, I have championed supporting workers in the oil and gas industry, in clean tech, in all facets of energy development, technology production in Canada, recognizing the reality that the vast majority of private sector investment in renewable and alternative energy, and including in clean tech, come from traditional oil and gas companies, from oil sands and pipeline companies. That's why right now, as has been the case for decades, for example, Alberta is the leader in renewable energy and clean tech investment right now. In fact, there was lots to be said about the Premier's pause to ensure certainty and clarity and conditions for renewable development in Alberta. But what her opponents, of course, won't mention is that the dollar value of investment in renewable energy in Canada, which dwarfs the investments in other provinces, actually doubled since she took that time to get those conditions clear and certain. And Alberta is the leader in the country on renewable and clean tech. Common sense conservatives have always fought for those workers and will continue to do so.
The questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to thank my honourable colleague for the work that she's doing defending energy worker and their families' jobs, Indigenous communities right across the country. She's been a steadfast advocate of the energy sector. One of the things that she understands is the global demand for LNG and the impact that Canada and the role that Canada can play in meeting that demand. We've seen others with less environmental standards, less labor, less human rights standards fill that void, like Qatar. I know the honourable member and I met with a European Union official. His sole purpose is to source energy, nuclear, LNG, around the world. And they prefer to do business with like-minded countries like Canada with similar rules of law and who are environmentally sustainable as well. So I'm just wondering if she can talk about the role that Canada can play in supplying the world with clean energy.
Member for Lakeland.
Well, thank you also to my colleague from Ontario, who has also been a reliable, steadfast, passionate supporter of energy workers, which he knows as a sector and as individuals benefit the entire country. And Ontario has a lot at stake in Bill C-52, given the negative impacts on manufacturing, construction, transportation that will come from Bill C-50. He's exactly right. It has been a travesty. And I don't know sometimes if the word treason is too much, actually, to watch our Prime Minister say that there is no business case for Canadian LNG. He's apparently the only guy, the only world leader in the world who thinks there's no business case for Canadian LNG, since our allies and world leaders everywhere are literally begging for us to provide them. But, of course, he's also a person who says that there's no business case for the development of those projects, even though 15 private sector proponents tried to get LNG projects built here in Canada in the last 9 years since he's been government. They've blocked it all.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Sure, my honourable friend from Lakeland was asking rhetorically if the word treason was too strong. Let me just put on the record the word treason is far too strong. And my dear friend from Lakeland, I'd just like to say I don't think anyone would ever imagine that the MP from Lakeland was cowering. We're friends, but we don't agree on this. And let me just point out the many ways in which I found her speech varied from my understanding. There is a global shift away from fossil fuels. Check the recent report from the International Energy Agency, which verifies that of energy spending globally, renewables are increasing the pace at which they are a greater investment globally. And this is investment from people who want to make money on the investments they make, greater investments in renewables than in fossil fuels. In Germany, they reached the lowest level of coal use in their history while having renewables over 50% last year. When you look at Sweden, they brought in a carbon tax in 1991, and they've expanded it to now it's 122. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. I can see from the speaker. Just to say, let's try to agree on shared facts and movement.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, last summer, of course, Sweden actually paused all efforts as its official government policy now towards net zero, and they're ramping up the production of fossil fuels. And Germany last year actually brought more coal online than ever before in history. So we can quote the International Energy Agency, or we can actually look at the examples of individual countries who have gone way farther down this road in this policy agenda and see what's happening now. Now they're facing the consequences of high expensive bills, of expensive essentials, of expensive and unreliable power, of collapsing agricultural communities in rural areas, of collapsing secondary and tertiary job creation of the private sectors dependent on oil and gas. I think that the member sort of is making a false dichotomy that isn't coming from conservatives. Conservatives are recognizing the fact that oil and gas development as private sector investments are the biggest investors in alternative energy and in clean tech and fuels of the future. We are saying, don't cut that off at the knees to the detriment and to the peril of Canadian workers and the Canadian economy, Canadian security, Canadian self-sufficiency, and Canadian energy independence in order to force, not something that's just happening, the economy into the exact same situation that these other countries are already in, which is citizens protesting and governments rolling back those bad agendas.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jean-Pierre. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member for Lakeland answered my question just now, saying that politicians should be honest. Well, this bill, C-50, relates to this matter of accountability and honesty. If we want to be honest with the people of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Canadians in the Maritimes, their economies are largely dependent on oil and gas. And so in order to be truly honest with them, we need to talk about the realities of climate change and we need solutions. This legislation on a just transition was intended to find true solutions to protect workers throughout this transition, which is necessary. Now, we all recognize, most of us recognize, that emissions are causing climate change. Everyone seems to accept that, other than some conservatives. My colleague said that politicians should be honest, and that should apply to all politicians. There are conservative colleagues who, in a decade, are going to wake up with a serious headache because they will realize that they will have continued to worsen the problem of an economy based on the oil and gas sector. Now, C-50 is a prime example of everything that's wrong with Canadian politics, in my opinion. I was talking about honesty. Well, I feel that political action is rather weak against the oil and gas sector. Even when I look at this objectively, I feel that the oil and gas sector is an identity symbol in Canada, such a strong identity symbol that it makes proper debate and dialogue about the energy transition almost impossible. I've witnessed this in the Natural Resources Committee. There was blatant obstruction, lack of civility. I saw behavior that was completely unparliamentary. Now, the Liberals may not have reacted in the best way. They may have, in fact, reacted in the worst way by implementing undemocratic time allocation motions. Could they have done differently? Well, time will tell. but they did implement time allocation motions. I feel that the Natural Resources Minister is a strong minister, a nonpartisan one. I feel it's possible to have good conversations with him, but he is also shackled by oil and gas and by that sector. Therefore, he is unable to bring about the transition which is needed. Now, the minister found another dance partner, the NDP. The NDP has accepted a few things in committee when it comes to the energy transition. Now, when one says one wants climate action, but then doesn't walk the talk, then those words are worth a bit less. But I will, of course, speak more about a just transition and about sustainable jobs. So as I was saying, this legislation is very emblematic of what's wrong with Canadian politics. Now, we've seen the Carleton method at play, that is, the political method and strategies of the member for Carleton. And what is that method? It can be explained in one word: intimidation. What we saw at Natural Resources Committee was widespread, significant intimidation. In fact, on several occasions, members were heckling each other. Instead of working, they were behaving more like influencers than like lawmakers. Members were capturing themselves on video, acting silly and shouting out, heckling, to show their constituents that they're defending their interests. That's what has become of the Natural Resources Committee. In my view, in committee, we have not had a wholesome, fulsome debate on C50. There could have been amendments, debated amendments, but we didn't have enough opportunities for proper debate due to the conservative attitude. The Conservatives seem to have all-consuming passion for the oil and gas sector. I saw this in committee, in the Natural Resources Committee. The member for Provencher, his view of C50 was to say that he loves big engine cars and that he likes to drink through plastic straws. Great. That's his view of what we should be doing, the action we should be taking. Bigger engine cars and more plastic straws. Because how horrible is it to have to drink a milkshake through a wood straw, right? The member for Red Deer Mountain View said that oil could bring peace on Earth. Now, I used to teach political science, Madam Speaker. With students, we talked about colonialism. I've learned a new concept, eco-colonialism. What that means is that when you prevent First Nations from engaging in oil and gas developments, that's colonialism. That is harmful logic. Vying for social acceptance and social support by saying that not supporting oil and gas projects by Indigenous communities, by saying that that's a new type of colonialism. That is really twisted logic. Some of the most twisted logic I've ever heard. Yet, that was the logic brought forward by the member for Red Deer Mountain View. He said that oil and gas could bring peace on Earth, it could solve the conflict in Ukraine, it could even maybe solve the conflict in Israel, so oil can just save us all. That was the logic. But that's nothing. There's more, Madam Speaker. For about 1 month in committee, the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, he is really the world champion of going around in circles and not moving forward. So for a month, he kept asking whether it was his turn to speak. So as we know, in committee, we have one NDP member, one Bloc member, one Conservative member, and a few Liberal members. But the Conservatives, there were 4 or 5 of them. They showed up and they started heckling that they were being denied their parliamentary privilege because it was their turn to speak, and we wasted 1 whole month on that. And the worst of the worst, during clause by clause, the member for Brantford-Brant flew off the handle. He was so angry. I was, in fact, concerned about my party whip's safety. It's like something snapped, and he started shouting his passion for the oil and gas sector. He was the prime example of someone who was totally discombobulated, totally out of sorts, and I was even afraid for the safety of my party whip. We are legislators. We are supposed to calmly and peacefully study legislation to improve our country, to improve the direction our country is going. But how are we supposed to do that serious work in such a context? How can we do this work for our country when some are hell-bent on ensuring that there's no dialogue? We need healthy debate between those who have different opinions but can still work towards a consensus. But with C50, we could not agree on anything. We could not work toward any consensus. The Conservatives are deeply in love with the oil and gas sector. We saw that also during study of C49. They invited Ches Crosby, a witness who does not believe in climate change and who feels that all of our climate action investments are fraudulent. And, you know, he was a Conservative witness, so we thought maybe he might present something interesting. But it was ludicrous. The Conservatives, their passion for oil and gas has been on display in committee, and this is all part of the Carleton method. The Conservatives want to do away with any climate action. This is clear in their unending, unwavering fight against the carbon tax. It's not a carbon tax for them, it's a car-bum tax. They are acting like bums. They are being ridiculous. They say things which are inaccurate. For example, for weeks they say that the tax will apply in Quebec when that's not the case. They say, for example, for weeks on end that the carbon tax is responsible for rising food prices. There's been heaps and heaps of that sort of strategy. And what's worse is over the past few weeks, they have been instrumentalizing the rising cost of living. They have been profiting from the suffering of the most vulnerable Canadians in order to advance the agenda and goals of big oil. The Conservative leader wants us to remain in the 20th century with a 20th century economy. He certainly does not want to end our dependence on fossil fuels. This is obvious here. Often, when there are questions about the oil and gas sector, there's uproarious applause. There are 2 things the Conservatives applaud wildly: oil and gas projects and the oath to the king. That's their bread and butter. They love it. What could be more ironic than saying we need to fight inflation, we need to help the lowest earners, and then, on the other hand, turning around and defending the most privileged? There will be $82 billion in investment tax credits for the sector between now and 2034 or 2035. That makes no sense. That money should be redirected toward those who need it. No Conservative leader has ever stood up and said, well, this $34 billion is senseless, the $34 billion that we invested on a pipeline. We should be indignant. We should be furious about this. We should not be furious about a tax on oil and gas producers. And just a reminder, in 2022, the oil and gas sector recorded $200 billion in profits. And I don't necessarily need to remind the Conservatives about what their former leader, Erin O'Toole, had to say about a carbon tax. He said that carbon pricing was one of the best ways to combat climate change. So I won't remind them about that. No, rather, Madam Speaker, I'll focus on something else. I would like to, in fact, focus on explaining why the Bloc Québécois will be voting against C-50. First of all, this act is not really an act for a just transition. In the West, the just transition is a concept, a known concept. It refers to the action that we need to take in order to transition toward a low carbon or net zero economy, all while ensuring minimum negative impact on workers. All countries in the West seem to accept that, other than Canada. Why does Canada refuse to use this notion of a just transition? Some say that one possible explanation for that is that there is a possible play on words between the Prime Minister's name and a just transition. But if that's the reason we don't want to use that terminology that other countries are using, well, that's rather silly. Now, there's also another possible reason why we're saying sustainable jobs instead of just transition, and that is that it helps us to avoid using the expression just transition. So we're going with sustainable jobs instead.
If we don't call a spade, it will be difficult to put forward the right courageous actions that need to immediately be put forward if we want to address climate change. What courage will we have to take action if we're not able to call a spade? So already it was difficult for us to support the bill on the just transition. But what made it impossible for us to support this bill is a calculated abandonment by the government of the asymmetrical agreement between Quebec and Ottawa on workforce management. In Quebec, there's the Labour Market Partners Commission, which allows Quebec society to have debates that include the government, unions, and management. We thought, innocently, that if we studied just transition in Quebec, it had to go through those partners. We had to recognize the asymmetrical agreements that existed between the government of Canada and Quebec. Unfortunately, I've had a lot of discussions with the minister. I thought that at some point we would succeed. I had a lot of meetings with unions to talk about this bill on the just transition. I know there are unions that agreed with it. I know I have friends in unions who were ready to swallow the pill of sustainable jobs by saying we need to take action. But unfortunately, the government, at the end of the day, didn't listen to their requests. Their requests to respect the asymmetrical agreements between Ottawa and Quebec and to give a better mandate to the Labour Market Partners Commission. That is why, Madam Speaker, we will unfortunately not support this bill. And yet, there are necessary actions that could have been put forward. I'd like to conclude my speech on that. At the outset, Madam Speaker, I said that Canada was in an economic stranglehold with oil and gas. What can we do to get to a just transition? What are the actions we can take? First, step outside of the strategies currently being proposed. When I hear about a low-carbon economy in Canada, immediately the proposals from the government and the opposition are flawed. I'm thinking of hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and carbon capture, and carbon capture and sequestration. That is the foundation for the government in fighting climate change. A number of people at the Natural Resources Committee came to tell us that carbon capture and sequestration, technically speaking, in the volumes that the government wants to do, is not feasible. A number of people have told us that the idea of producing blue hydrogen using gas would cost so much money that it would not be feasible. And yet the government is having tax credits, is supporting R&D for oil and gas for a mirage. In Canada, we want to have low carbon oil, but the majority of specialists we've spoken to have said that it's impossible, totally impossible. Yet the Canadian strategy with major tax credits will focus on that mirage of producing low carbon oil. Madam Speaker, I've said it before, low carbon oil is like diet poutine. It doesn't exist. If you want to fight climate change, don't focus on economic support for oil and gas. If you want to go on a diet, don't eat poutine. It's about the same thing. And I'll conclude with an anecdote, Madam Speaker. I went with the minister to Berlin, where we had a meeting with Siemens, the big company in Berlin. And the minister asked a question. Is it possible, would Siemens be interested in producing the technological elements to produce blue hydrogen? And the people from Siemens answered rather candidly, saying it would be so expensive that we would need government support. And not only that, the technological the technological costs are so high that it's almost impossible. And yet the whole strategy from the government is based on that mirage. I see that my time is up, Madam Speaker. But it's a Canadian stranglehold of oil and gas that means that we are at an impasse, and that unfortunately we won't be able to produce legislation that meets our ambition and a just transition. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just very briefly on the last comment in regards to poutine, something I really enjoy. Even if I was on a diet, I might limit the amount I eat, but it is something that we all love. Madam Speaker, the question I have for the member is he had some reluctance towards the beginning of his comments in regards to the idea of the government using time allocation and so forth. I think that if one just takes a look in terms of the process that we have gone through to get it to the stage that we are today, where we saw an official opposition using AI, artificial intelligence, came up with 20,000 plus amendments, Madam Speaker, and then we see yet again not only misinformation from the official critic just moments ago on the record, and now moving an amendment to the legislation. The Conservatives have absolutely no desire whatsoever to ever allow this legislation to see the light of the day. Would he not recognize that there is value to using the tool of time allocation in order to get this thing passed?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Yes, well, I don't know if my colleague listened to my whole speech, but I really focused on the fact that the Conservatives have shown bad faith. I've experienced Conservative bad faith at committee, and I don't think that is how we must proceed. But the government could have worked differently. The just transition, to me, is a political project I believe in. There are amendments that could have been put forward to reach consensus within civil society. I had a number of meetings with environmental groups, with people from union backgrounds. We could have had a broader consensus and put pressure at that point on Conservative colleagues so that they would see reason. But perhaps it wasn't carried out in all dimensions, and I think that the implementation of closure is never a good thing. Thank you.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
I just want to say to the honourable member that, of course, he and I disagree on nearly everything when it comes to energy policy, but I do want to say that I enjoy very much working with him on committee. And I want to acknowledge both the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party for actually being honest about what Bill C-50, the Just Transition, is, which is the plan to end oil and gas, kill Canadian energy, oil and gas jobs, and also, as this member pointed out, just create government committee to implement economic restructuring plans from the top down. I would note to him that the major drivers right now, actually the leading driver of the creation of new union jobs in Canada, is actually the oil and gas expansions by major multinationals in Alberta and in other provinces where they operate. Yet, on the other hand, 93% of Canadian oil and gas businesses have fewer than 100 employees. They are small businesses. Since he's interested in engaging on what's actually in the legislation, I appreciate that he'll support it, or he'll oppose the Just Transition in order to protect provincial jurisdiction, and because he can see that this bill actually doesn't do anything of what its proponents claims in terms of jobs training or new jobs or skills training. But what does he think about the fact that this bill C-50, what it actually do will end oil and gas, the leading creator of new union jobs and big multinationals right now, yet doesn't contemplate at all the 90% of Canadian oil and gas companies that have fewer than 100 employees.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Is it a question or should I continue my speech? I'd simply tell my colleague I'd like to ask her something. Politicians need to be honest. All politicians must be honest. The future of everyone is not in hydrocarbons. The country that is investing the most right now to move away from hydrocarbons, fossil fuels, is China. The United States are investing too to step away from fossil fuels. All countries are moving towards a low-carbon economy. Why would be the only fools who stick with oil and gas and we wait to be really hit by a baseball bat in 20 years? That would be stupid. We need to take action. We need to head towards renewable energy. And we need to have legislation to support people who might be losing their jobs. If we don't want to do something, it's because there's something that's not understood. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I appreciated his speech. I was a little bit surprised by the conclusion, though, when he talked about a consensus among civil society. The current bill, which might not be ambitious enough, might not be perfect, but we think it's a good step forward. The current bill is supported by the Canada Labour Congress Environmental Defence, 360 Canada, Equitad, the Pembina Institute, Eco-Justice, the Canadian Centre for Alternative Policies, the David Suzuki Foundation, and more. That's a lot of supporters among environmentalists, and I know that there are Quebec unions that support it too. I've been to different COPs, and people from the FTQ and others have told us they want a just transition. I think that's where we're headed, with a place for the union reps at the table, and that was essential in C-50. So would there be openness from the Bloc Québécois to review its position? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. No, we won't be changing our position. I said to my colleague that we've had a number of meetings with people from the environmental world and the union world, and environmentalists have mixed opinions on this. Setting aside the notion of a just transition for them is a defeat, but rather than having nothing, that people from the environmental world prefer to have a bill. I understand that. My goal was to improve it, which is what I said earlier to my colleague. If the government had been open, perhaps we could have improved this bill. And I'd like to highlight the biggest reason why we're voting against this bill is that the government doesn't recognize in the bill the asymmetrical agreements it has with Quebec. And that's a conversation I've had with all unions. They've written letters to the minister to encourage him to recognize the asymmetry that exists in workforce, and that hasn't been done, unfortunately. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for l'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Baie James, Nunavik, EU. Excuse me, Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd really like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Jonquière, for what he's gone through at that committee. It's pretty incredible. And I think everyone we represent, not everybody is aware of all of the demagoguery that has happened around this bill. There's just the principle that's left. And I think as politicians, as elected representatives, as legislators, we've gone through a totally anti-democratic exercise with the 64 votes that we had to get through to arrive nowhere in the end. And so I'd like to ask a question to my colleague. This bill, in the current state, beyond the principle, that's not the just transition, without a social dialogue mechanism, is this not just smoke and mirrors? The Honourable Member for Jonquière, quite right. That's what it's become. It's become smoke and mirrors, but I want to add to what my colleague has said. As parliamentarians, we need to be aware that not everything goes. We may have different ideas, we may have different perspectives, but using strategies to intimidate, using strategies to exhaust parliamentarians, using strategies to short-circuit dialogue, to not have discussion about a bill, to me, that's anti-parliamentarian. And I hope, because I see this transformation in the Conservative Party since the arrival of the member for Carleton as leader, I hope they'll change their tone in the coming months and in the coming weeks, because it would be desirable for everyone, including them.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Finally, we are at the point of moving forward what is actually a very simple and should be non-controversial bill. A bill to ensure that workers, environmental groups, Indigenous people have a seat at the table as we talk about move forward with the biggest economic transition since the Industrial Revolution. A transition that happens whether Canada decides they're going to participate or not. And yet, what we've seen in this House, and in my 20 years, the most deplorable, degrading, undermining of democracy that I couldn't have imagined would have ever happened. The abusive harassment that took place in our committee from the Conservatives trying to shut down witnesses who came forward. 20,000 bogus amendments brought forward through AI, none of which had anything to do with improving the bill. 2 days of absolutely useless voting as another attempt to slow down. What were we slowing down? We were slowing down a bill that had been pushed forward by the labour unions of Canada, who said transition is happening, our jobs are changing, we want a seat at the table, and we have a right to have a seat at the table because it's our expertise that this government needs to understand if we're going to talk about sustainable jobs. And it's our communities that will be impacted. Because, Mr. Speaker, coming from mining country where I've seen transitions, there's nothing just about them. And I've seen too many communities, like in my region, Elliott Lake, when we lost all the uranium jobs, my hometown of Cobalt, when the iron industry and the silver industry collapsed, it was a calamity, not just for the workers, for the businesses, for the families, for the marriages. But this is a different kind of transition. And this is a lesson I learned many times in trips to Alberta, meeting with energy workers who were saying, we're ready. We're ready to move ahead. This is the first time we've had an opportunity when we're seeing something come at us to make, to put in place the steps needed to draw on the incredible expertise of our workers to create a new energy economy. As I said, Mr. Speaker, this is happening whether the Conservatives admit that the world is round or not. The International Energy Agency, hardly anything known as a left-wing think tank, in their most recent report said, we are witnessing the end of the fossil fuel era. We have to prepare ourselves for the next era. That's the message that they've been warning governments to. Take the steps necessary to prepare. We look at China, that has made over $890 billion in clean tech. In a single year, they had more clean tech projects than the rest of the world combined. The result was $1.6 trillion in their economy that went up 30% in a single year. If we don't act, China's taking that market. They'll take that market in critical minerals. They'll take that market in EV. They will take that market on solar, geothermal, any other technologies that Canada can be a lead on, but not, according to the Conservatives. They don't want us to be a lead on that. They want us to sit at the back of the pack. So the transition is going to happen whether we want it or not. While Biden's government, $500 billion since 2021 invested in new projects because they've opened the doors and they're working on the principle of good paying union jobs. So when workers came to our committee to talk about what they believed and they knew and how they could participate and lead the way, the Conservatives wouldn't let them speak. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers shut them down. The carpenters shut them down. The Canadian Labour Congress shut them down. Unifor, the workers who not only in Western Canada represent the oil patch, but represent the workers who are going to be running the EV lines, shut them down. Did not want to hear from the Alberta Federation of Labour. And the reason, Madam Speaker, is this is a very simple thing, is that climate deniers aren't trolls out on Twitter. They are in the House of Commons.
Absolutely.
And just like those toxic bots, the only way they can get away with what they're doing is by attacking and trying to silence the facts. So we've seen this relentless attacks on facts and the witnesses who can speak. They did not want those witnesses to speak, even though they were the very workers whose lives would be impacted. They could not allow them to speak, because if they did, it would blow apart the bogus arguments that are being made by the member for Carleton. And it's not just energy workers who are being affected by their lack of action. We are now in a full-on climate disaster catastrophe, and it's having a massive impact on all manner of industries. The BC wine industry this winter. In my region, the maple syrup industry, which is so crucial to Abitibi, to Quebec, to Northern Ontario, hammered by the climate changes that are so dramatic. The 200,000 plus people who were forced out of their homes from climate fires, while the member who lives in Stornoway was running around trying to go into communities as people were being evacuated by catastrophic climate fires to say he was going to make burning pollution free. But then let's talk about the effect of what's happening to Canada's agricultural sector. I really encourage people to read the reflection from rancher Bob Tallman from Rumsey, Alberta, a family that built up a ranch in Alberta for 120 years. These are people who knew how to live on the land, and they've had to give up their farm and their cattle because of the ongoing climate disaster that's unfolding in Alberta. And you will never, ever hear a single Alberta Conservative stand up and talk about the climate disaster that's affecting Alberta farmers. Mr. Tolman, he said, the 2021 drought was the worst drought that Alberta had seen since the dirty 30s. But they had enough carryover in feed and hay from 2020 to get through 2021. And then 2022 came, and it was even worse. And then in 2023, they had less than 40 milliliters of rain. He said that in a normal year, his farm produced 700 bales of hay. In 2023, they produced just 1 bale. You've not heard a single Alberta Conservative stand up and talk about the crisis facing farmers, because they would rather let the planet burn so Rich Kruger can make more profits than make a sustainable agriculture in Canada that's going to affect us in our bottom line. Now, so Mr. Tolman pointed out, If he was going to keep his cattle herd, it meant he'd have to buy feed. But of course, because of the drought, the price of cattle feed has risen dramatically. You've never heard a single Conservative talk about the rise of feed. It's all about the carbon tax. $300 a ton is what he had to pay. So that would have been $200,000 to feed his cattle this year. This is why the sell-off of cattle is happening, the sell-off of bison in the West. They can't feed their animals. And yet you'll see backbench Conservatives get up and talk about the carbon price and how, potatoes in Calgary are being done in by carbon tax when, they get their potatoes from Idaho, which doesn't pay a carbon tax. And yes, prices went up in the grocery stores for potatoes in Idaho. Why? Well, because they are being hit by the climate disaster as well. But you never hear a single Conservative speak truth about the impacts of what's happening. So fire season is in Alberta right now. Yeah. There's 60 burning wildfires in Alberta. There's 100 in BC. You'll never hear a single one of them stand up and say, our communities are being done in. Why is that? It's because they don't want to undermine in any manner at all the profits being made by big oil. And so what we have to have is what we saw with Bill C-50, this campaign of disinformation and rage politics and saying it's some kind of globalist woke agenda. This is the language of Alex Jones. This is the language of conspiracy haters. Yep. But the Conservatives need that because they can't actually tell their supporters, yeah, the planet is on fire. Yeah, agriculture is being hammered hard. Yeah, last summer we had so many businesses in Northern Ontario that lost out because people wouldn't come up because of the smoke fires. They don't want you to deal with that. They want you to get all riled up about the carbon tax. So riled up that, we had one of my colleagues, they threw an axe through his window to teach him a lesson. That's the mob. This is pitchfork politics. I know another colleague who they slashed his tires. They burned a garage. This is the politics of intimidation. That's what happens when you crank people up with disinformation. So are we going to expect...
Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable for Lakeland.
I'm not exactly sure what the member is talking about.
Order. Let me hear the point of order.
I'm not sure specifically what the member is talking about, but just in good faith, he may want to clarify that no Conservative MP threw an axe through.
It is a point of debate, and I just want to remind members when they're coming up that when they rise, that they speak on, they bring up the standing order that's being brought forward. Again, it's a point of debate. I also want to remind members, even if they're trying to cheer their member on, that they shouldn't be doing that while we're in the House, until we get to questions and comments, and they'll have a chance for questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you so much. It is very telling that no Conservative would stand up on a point of order and say that they'd actually defended Alberta farmers during the catastrophic drought, because they haven't, so they have to change the subject. So the reason I bring this up, Madam Speaker, is because
I'm hearing some feedback on both sides of the House. I'm not sure where it's all coming from, but I do want to remind members there'll be 10 minutes for questions and comments. The honourable member still has 10 minutes for a speech. I would ask members to hold off, write their comments down, and they'll be able, so they don't forget it. The honourable for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was 17, I was playing in biker bars, so getting heckled by a Conservative from Alberta is not something that I lose much sleep over. But if they start throwing bottles, I'll let you know. But right now, I'm going to get back to the issue, which is about disinformation, which is about rage politics, and it's about the relentless falsehoods being promoted by climate deniers in the midst of a climate catastrophe. So the question for me, Madam Speaker, is the issue of climate denialism. It's not just the bots. But we also have a government that believes if we just do a little bit here and a little bit there, everything will be fine. That's another form of climate denialism. And it's not good enough, not at this time in our history. So the belief in the government part is that, corporations would do their part. We have Pathways Alliance and their 2050 plan for net zero, which we've seen is that Pathways Alliance has met none of their objectives. They spent millions on disinformation campaigns, but Canada is the only G7 country where emissions continue to rise, and if they continue on the path that they're going, we will rise much higher. So there was a great peer-reviewed study on Pathways Alliance, which I encourage everyone to read because it shows you the greenwashing and disinformation and fundamental lack of honesty. That said, in the review, it said there was no credible proof of their carbon capture claims making any difference. But yet they want us to give them billions in carbon capture. And what they're doing with carbon capture is not lowering emissions. They're using carbon capture to pump out more oil, more gas, and burn more. And they're telling us we have to pay for it. It says, now this is the thing of how they all work together on this disinformation campaign. This is a peer-reviewed study. This isn't Charlie Angus from Cobalt, Ontario making this up. I read peer-reviewed studies, well, once in a while. Quote, the degree of strategic coordination shown by the main producers of the oil sands sector reflects a troubling concentration of corporate power for the purposes of political and public influence. See my colleagues over there, see my colleagues here. Regulators should actively consider how to equip themselves to detect sector-scale greenwashing. Because they said, this is a really important issue because, quote, as liabilities claims mount regarding the role of fossil fuels organizations in their failure to warn of impending harms due to their products. This is the issue of the failure to warn, which leads us to where this is going to go. It's going to go to lawsuits. That's where the decisions are, we're actually going to get action. We know that Shell has been recently found guilty by a Dutch court of failing to mitigate against climate disaster and constant disinformation. They've been ordered to reduce emissions by 45% by 2030. That's what courts are moving. The European Court of Human Rights has just moved against big oil. We have groundbreaking lawsuits. I really like the one in Colorado. I encourage people to check it out because it names the Canadian giants Suncor and Exxon Imperial. But since 2017, 5 states in the District of Columbia and 20 municipalities in the U.S. have taken the major climate polluters to court for knowingly spreading disinformation. And I encourage people to certainly read the California statement. This is the big tobacco moment. This is where the people are able to get back. And there's some great stuff in it. It talks about how Exxon and Shell purposely directed its tortuous conduct toward California by distributing, marketing, advertising, promoting, and supplying fossil fuels with the knowledge that the intended use of those products for combustion has caused and will continue to cause climate change-related harms in California, including the state's industries. It's a campaign of deception and denial of climate change. Deception and denial of climate change. Well, this right there is the entire platform of the Conservative government or the Conservative opposition. You know, they do everything on bumper stickers. I think we could put their entire environmental strategy on a bumper sticker and it would even fit on a little Austin Mini. Denialism of what the crisis is. So I want to go through some of these issues here because it's really important that people understand what they knew and why the importance of having stuff in place to take them on. Since at least 1988, the American Petroleum Institute participated and led several coalitions, front groups, including the Global Climate Coalition, Partnerships for a Better Energy Future, Coalition for American Jobs, and I love this one, the Alliance for Climate Strategies, to promote disinformation. They knew in the late 1960s that they were in a situation where they were going to, the ice caps would actually start to melt by the year 2000. They knew that in 68, so they lied. That was the American Petroleum Institute. In 1980, Esso, a good Canadian company, told its managers of the danger of CO2 buildup in the atmosphere and it could have catastrophic effects. And then they said that there were measures to lower emissions. So in 1980, they could have lowered emissions, but it would have cost money. So what did Esso do? Esso spent the money on disinformation, on greenwashing, on bogus studies. In 1982, Exxon, who had much better science than anyone, warned, and it's right here in the state of California versus the big oil giants, that Exxon was warning from their scientific studies that climate catastrophe would become evident by the year 2000. That's when we'd first start to notice its effects. But by then, it might be too late. So all through the 90s, they knew. But what did they do? They decided to pay for bogus studies, disinformation, the kind of stuff that's still being spouted from the front benches of the Conservative Party today. And they knew that the results would be catastrophic for the planet. The other one that's very telling in the California indictment is 1988. Shell did a study of scientific reports that said that, again, the crisis in climate would be noticeable to the public beginning in around the year 2000, which I think most of us agree. That's when most of us began to wonder and worry. And by then, it would be possibly too late. So what did Shell do? Well, Shell raised their oil drilling platforms in the ocean by 6 feet, so that as the ice caps collapsed and coastal cities were wiped out and South Pacific islands were destroyed, to hell with them. Shell was going to make money. That's what they did. That's in the indictment. This is like Philip Morris telling kids, you know what, not only is smoking good, but you gotta smoke if you're gonna grow up and be healthy. They knew they were burning the planet. So how does this relate back to C-50? It relates back to this constant pattern of the Conservatives to promote disinformation, bogus claims, hysterical talk about the hundreds of thousands of jobs that are going to somehow be destroyed if we do anything to support work.
I'm not sure whether members remember that they should be respectful while they're in the House of Commons, and it's not time for questions and comments yet, and I would ask them to please hold off. If they're just coming in preparation for question period, again, I would ask members to please be respectful and keep their voices down. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay has 2.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that you talk about being respectful. I mean, we're dealing with a backbench. I feel like sometimes they're trying to stone me to death with spitballs. Meanwhile, we're talking about a climate catastrophe, and they laugh and they snicker and they giggle. That member there from Calgary, I've never heard him stand up once and talk about the climate drought facing Albertans, because they don't care. They don't care that Alberta's on fire right now. They didn't care Alberta was on fire last year. They never spoke about it once. They want to get people revved up on the bogus, we're going to get the carbon tax. We're going to go to your communities as they're burning and you're having to escape. The member for Kelowna, as Kelowna was facing a catastrophic explosion of fire, saying, but don't worry, we're going to make burning fuel free. We're going to take the tax off. You know, the leader for Carleton, who was asked about the industrial carbon tax, which, by the way, Suncor and those companies that made $78 billion last year pay 1/14 in comparison to what an ordinary person would pay. When the leader who lives in Stornoway was asked about the industrial carbon tax, he claimed it didn't exist. Not only are they promoting on disinformation and bogus conspiracy, but either he doesn't know his facts or he's just being mendacious. But either way is deeply concerning for a man. I know he's never had a job, but claiming that he's going to be leader of a country facing an unprecedented climate crisis. So where are we right now, Speaker? We're finally moving forward with the most minor, simple bill to put in place steps to have voices. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. And yet you see the total rage machine of the Conservatives cranked up to 11.
All cylinders fire.
All cylinders fire on gong show idiocy to try and derail basic steps to have workers like the energy workers from Unifor, workers from the construction unions who are part and want to be part of a new energy economy. But what they've done, we're all working for Daniel Smith, chased $33 billion out of Alberta from clean energy because they don't want clean energy projects. No. They want to have our workers dependent on an industry what the International Energy Agency has said very clearly is now having to change, and we either change with it or we get left behind and the planet burns. So the New Democrats will be supporting C-50. We've stood up, we will stand up again, and we will always stand up for workers, for jobs.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands has a very brief time. We have time for one question, one answer, I believe.
Okay, a very brief question. I heard the member from Timmins, James Bay, say that the leader of the opposition has never had a job. Can he explain to us what he meant by that exactly?
the honourable member from James Bay, Timmins, James Bay.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And, as someone who, when I was a teenager, I worked in a milk store. There's nothing wrong with starting out in a milk store. I delivered products door to door when I was a teenager. I was even a pretty lousy babysitter. But I don't put that on my resume because I went on to be a carpenter. I was a broadcaster. I was a professional musician. I ran a small business. But the poor member who lives in Stornoway, his resume's, wow, talk about skint. And it's also vague. Either he did work for a summer at Dairy Queen or he didn't. We've not been able to get an answer. Either he did have a paper route or he didn't. I mean, I knew friends who had paper routes. None of them puts it on their resume. I mean, come on. But this man has never had a job. He has been a political attack dog since he was a kid. So, again, I don't want anyone who works at Dairy Queen to feel we're disrespecting them, because at least they show up for work. At least they know how to put the banana split, put the little nuts on the banana split, but we know that the member for Stornoway never bothered to do any of that.
I don't want to, if we have such little time left before the time it is for statements from members, that I don't think it would do justice to just have a question that would be asked. Statements from members. Déclaration de députés. L'honorable député de Winnipeg.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
From Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every 3 months, Canadians receive the carbon rebate. Today is one of those days, Mr. Speaker. Right. In Winnipeg North alone, for a family of 4, you're looking at $1,200 a year, Mr. Speaker. Wow. That's 4 payments every 3 months. Mr. Speaker, I look at it in terms of how the Conservatives like to tell misinformation and mislead Canadians. I want to let every Conservative member know that I'm going to ensure that the people of Winnipeg North and the province of Manitoba are very much aware. Do not trust the Conservative Party because they consistently mislead. By taxing or axing the tax, Mr. Speaker, what they're doing is they're taking disposable income out of the pockets of Canadians. In particular, over 80% of the residents of Winnipeg North. I say shame on the Conservatives for trying to think Canadians can be fooled.
Axe the facts.
We think it's a Wednesday.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps repeating that nothing is more important than relations with First Nations. After 8 years, nothing could be further from the truth. And here's another example involving Wendake, which I have the honour of representing in this House. Parks Canada is preparing to transfer to Gatineau Wendat artifacts from their ancestral territory. This decision was made without proper consultation with the Wendat. As Grand Chief Vincent told the Quebec City newspaper, we will take this to the minister. If he doesn't take respect for the consultation protocol, we will see what action we will take. As far as we're concerned, the current way of doing things is not acceptable. End quote. This story is not new, though. 7 years ago, I sounded the alarm, but as is too often the case, the Liberal government did nothing. The situation is unacceptable, especially since Wendake has a magnificent museum hotel known for its significant expertise in preserving and showcasing artifacts. This hotel museum was built and inaugurated in March 2008 in partnership with the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, the government must stop saying one thing and doing another. It must respect the will of the Wendat.
Winnipeg's South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, when I knocked on doors this past summer, there were many days that saw smoke-filled air that prevented kids from going outside, far above normal temperatures that pose life-threatening conditions for vulnerable seniors, droughts that cause cracks in home foundations, and anxiety about the future as the realities of climate change confront us in new and undeniable ways. Canadians want to do their part to fight climate change, but they also need to take care of their families' needs. And that's the advantage of our climate plan. It lets you do both by providing rebates that offset added costs for 8 out of 10 Canadians, while at the same time being proven to effectively reduce pollution. The Canadian Climate Institute released a study recently that detailed that all government current policies will prevent the equivalent of Quebec and Ontario's emissions combined by 2030. The world is moving away from heavily polluting fuels, Mr. Speaker. If Canada does not do its part, we will be on the outside looking in, with international trading partners and allies shutting us out of deals and taxing our imports. We are going to continue to advocate for environmental policies that protect our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik EU. Mr. Speaker, they're everywhere, but we do not see them often enough. They are in our hospitals, schools, arenas, libraries, parks, soup kitchens. They are everywhere. They help seniors. They help children. They help those living with disabilities. They help newcomers to Canada. They help all those who need help. I am referring to volunteers. Volunteers help with errands. They help teach French to immigrants settling in Quebec. They help children with their homework. They serve warm meals to those who are struggling. They're everywhere. We don't notice them enough. But they are exceptional. Their exceptional contribution to Quebec makes Quebec a wonderful place to live. Thank you to all volunteers for your time, for your generosity, and for your huge hearts. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the first time ever, we are on the right track to meet our 2026 climate target. What's most important is that, starting today, families of 4 in Ontario, including in my riding of Ottawa-Vanier, will receive $1,120 this year thanks to the Canada Carbon Rebate. That is $255 more in their pockets than what they paid. If the Conservatives will just stop their delay tactics, rural families in Ontario can expect an extra 20% with the passage of Bill C-59. In 2015, Canada was clearly on the wrong track when it came to carbon emissions. The Conservatives had no climate plan. Pollution was free. Emissions just kept rising. Today, thanks to the efforts of Canadians and of our government, Canada's emissions have fallen by 8%. The Conservatives refuse to fight climate change. They prefer slogans over helping Canadians. On this side of the House, we are reducing emissions while making things better for 8 out of 10 Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Niagara Falls.
Speaker, Canada is powered by tourism. That's the theme of this year's National Tourism Week, and in my riding, the communities of Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake, and Fort Erie are definitely powered by tourism. Niagara Falls alone is Canada's top leisure tourism destination, and the overall visitor experience is enhanced by the beautiful vineyards and wineries in Niagara-on-the-Lake and the rich cultural history, shopping experiences, and trail systems found throughout all 3 communities. Yet Canadian tourism has not fully recovered. Tourism workers and operators can blame this Liberal government's high taxes and out-of-control spending for driving up inflation and the cost of traveling throughout Canada. As a result, recovery is slow and uneven, and Canada is losing its competitive edge. Speaker, Canada is powered by tourism, but tourism can be further powered by axing the tax, so our tourism workers can once again bring home powerful paychecks, and our tourism operators once again thrive by welcoming the world to our magnificent destinations. Let's bring it home.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Speaker, you know that in 2015, Canada was on the wrong track. The Canadian government at the time had no climate plan, it was free to pollute, and emissions kept going up. Now, because of work done in Nova Scotia and across the country, our emissions have declined by 8%. For the first time ever, we're on track to meet our 2026 climate target, thanks in no small part to pollution pricing and the Canada Carbon Rebate. Starting today, a Nova Scotia family of 4 will receive the first installment of their $824 rebate. For the average family in my province, that's $157 more than they'll pay out over the year. And for rural families, they will get more when Conservatives finally stop blocking the 20% top-up in Bill C-59. While the other side tries to ruin the rebate, hurting lower-income Canadians, will continue our work to help Canadians leave a healthier planet for our grandkids. Thank you.
Before I continue, I'd like to encourage all members to be careful with their papers when it makes sure it doesn't touch the microphone. It makes it harder for people who are listening to translation, and also makes it a difficulty for interpreters. I hope it doesn't get to that point.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as of today, New Brunswickers can expect to see in their bank accounts payments from the Canada Carbon Rebate. For example, this year, a family of 4 in New Brunswick will receive $760 from the Canada Carbon Rebate. That is $183 more in their pocket than the average family, and Conservatives should stop blocking C-59. Once they stop that, families living in rural areas will receive 20% more than the amounts that I just listed. Our proposed plan leaves Canadians better off than before. Our carbon pricing system puts more money back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians through Canadian carbon rebates, while ensuring a brighter future for our children and grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, the future of our planet and of future generations is more important than the slogans of the official opposition. Thank you.
Member from Barrie, Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Here. Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years of this Prime Minister, residents in my community are struggling. I have received countless emails, phone calls, and letters from residents, and the message I'm receiving is clear and consistent. Life is unaffordable. Under this Liberal government, people are losing their homes, they are struggling to feed their families, they cannot afford to heat their homes or drive their vehicles. While life has gotten worse for Canadians, the Liberals are spending more than ever. This year, Canada will spend over $52 billion to service this Prime Minister's debt. This is more money than the government is sending to the provinces for health care. In response to this Liberal-made affordability crisis, my common sense Conservative colleagues and I have 3 simple demands for this year's budget. Number 1, axe the tax. That's right. Number 2, build the homes. And number 3, fix the budget. Conservatives will not support tomorrow's budget unless it provides relief to struggling Canadians. Will the Prime Minister commit today to axe the tax in tomorrow's budget?
The honourable member from Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Canadians who filed their taxes electronically on March 15th or before will receive the new Canada Carbon Rebate amounts. In the provinces where it applies, the Canada Carbon Rebate will put even more money back into the pockets of most Canadians than they pay into fighting climate change. Affordability is front and center in everything that we do as a government, and in this system, we are literally putting money into the hands of Canadian families. Families are counting on these checks. They work them into their monthly budgets, and that's especially the case for low to middle income Canadians who benefit the most from fighting climate change. Unfortunately, the Conservatives want to cut these rebates that Canadians rely on, but we will not let them ruin these rebates, Mr. Speaker. Canadian families need it more than ever. Thank you.
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
It's as if the Prime Minister has forgot that he's been in power for almost 9 years and that he and his policies, all of them, are the direct cause of the housing and mortgage crisis Canadians are facing. The way he's been parading around the country blaming everyone else but him for the housing hell reminds me of that old Shaggy song, "It Wasn't Me." Well, it was him who was caught red-handed promising to lower the price of housing, rents and mortgages in Canada that have doubled in 9 years, pushing middle-class Canadians to live in 10 cities in nearly every city. Last week, CMHC confirmed that it's been him causing less affordable housing and higher rents because fewer homes are being built than we did in the 1970s. Worst of all, it is him who's dealt a devastating blow to young Canadians hoping to enter the housing market, young people who feel like they've been lied to and let down by this Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has a chance to axe the tax in tomorrow's budget to make life more affordable for Canadians. The question is, will he? Or will he continue to blame others for the problems he's caused and say it wasn't me? Because Canadians know it is the Prime Minister.
That's right. The honourable member from St. Margaret's South Shore.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are going hungry. Feed Nova Scotia reports that food bank usage is up 26%, with increased visits as high as 50% in Cape Breton. In Sydney, food banks are experiencing record-breaking increases in the number of new clients, with new visits up 80%. And the Souls Mission Kitchen is up 280%. Instead of providing relief to Canadians, this government has hiked their costly carbon tax on Nova Scotians by 23%. Liberals don't understand. If you tax the farmer that grows the food, the trucker that trucks the food, and the retailer that sells the food, you tax all those who buy the food. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Conservatives have a solution. Axe a tax on farmers and food by immediately passing Bill C-234 in its original form. To be clear, Conservatives want the entire carbon tax axe, but in the meantime, let's at least provide some relief to Canadians by immediately passing Bill C-234.
Here, here. The honourable member from Yukon.
Monsieur le Président, en 2015.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Canada was clearly on the wrong track when it came to carbon emissions. The Conservatives had no climate plan, pollution was free, and emissions were still rising. Today, thanks to work being done across the country, Canada's emissions have fallen by 8%. For the first time ever, we are on track to meet our 2026 climate target.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in the Yukon expect commitment on climate action. The price on pollution encourages us to find greener alternatives in our day-to-day lives while we benefit from the rebate, and the plan is working. A family of 4 in Whitehorse will receive over $1,200 through the Yukon carbon rebate this year, while a family of 4 living in rural Yukon gets $1,488 in automatic quarterly payments. Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing going up, it's the temperature. On this side of the House, we're reducing emissions while making life better for Canadians.
That's right. The honourable member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, to be from Northern Ontario is to live and breathe hockey. Whether at your local arena, frozen pond, or in the streets, we love our national hockey game. But it's been a difficult year for hockey in Elliott Lake. The Centennial Arena was forced to shut its doors in September due to structural damage. The communities of Blind River and Massey stepped up to give our youth a place to play in the short term. But these youth deserve an arena in their own hometown. And so organizers rallied through voting campaigns, and I rise to thank all of those across the country who helped Elliott Lake be crowned Kraft Hockeyville 2024, giving them $250,000 towards arena repairs and a preseason NHL game. But that's not all. Last week, former Elliott Lake residents Jamie and Joanne Armstrong donated $300,000, which kicked off a campaign to raise another $200,000 for repairs to the arena so that next year the Elliott Lake Vikings and the Elliott Lake Minor Hockey Leagues can be back on home ice. Now that's a hat trick to be proud of, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Prairie. First of all, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to commend the courage and determination of the member for Madawaska, Restigouche, in his fight to allow MPs who wish to do so no longer swear an oath to the King when they are sworn in. The history of Acadia is the history of a people persecuted by the British Crown. Thousands of Acadians who were deported during the Great Upheaval died during deportation. But, say Liberal ministers, but that doesn't matter. There are things that matter more than the honour and pride of Acadians. We have no time to waste on the monarchy, they say. Well, that, coming from a party which claims to be democratic and anti-colonial, that's frankly embarrassing. But not as embarrassing as hearing Conservatives behaving like tavern keepers at 3 o'clock in the morning shouting, "God save the King." They're proud of the fact that a monarch, by birthright, a foreigner, governs them. Well, I call that voluntary servitude. The member for Madawaska Restigouche deserved better than that sorry display of indifference toward the history of the Acadian people. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, both the Bank of Canada and former Liberal Finance Minister told this Prime Minister that he was pressing on the inflationary gas pedal with his spending that ballooned interest rates. But he didn't listen. As a result, the Bank of Canada went on the most aggressive interest rate hike campaign in Canadian history. This Prime Minister is leaving behind a legacy like no other. Under his regime, rent, mortgage payments, and down payments have doubled. Record deficits have driven interest rates sky high, and food bank usage is at a record high. On April 1st, he increased the carbon tax by 23%, which is causing even more pain in the pocketbooks of Canadians. Common sense Conservatives will not agree to support the budget unless he axes the carbon tax on food, builds homes, not bureaucracy, and caps the spending. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost.
The honourable member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, I watched a video from a proud Albertan who did her family's taxes and got over $800 back through the Canada Carbon Rebate. Her family even got a little bump. They lived in a rural environment. She said that she probably ended up better off with that transfer. Who said this? Premier Danielle Smith. While she should be supporting Albertans, the Conservative Premier of my province is now playing politics, and since April 1st has even reinstated her 13-cent per litre gas tax. Our government instead is doubling down on protecting the environment, slashing emissions, and putting more money in the pockets of hard-working Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Carbon Rebate gives 8 out of 10 families more money than they pay in carbon pricing. Canada is also on track to meet its climate targets for the first time ever. The carbon pricing alone will account for a third of our emission reductions by 2030. Carbon pricing isn't just a feel-good measure.
Oral questions, questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Conservatives, common sense Conservatives, will cut taxes, build housing, fix the budget, stop the crime. Yet, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the interest cost after 8 years. The government will spend more on interest on our national debt than on health care. More money for bankers, less for nurses. When will the Prime Minister accept my common sense plan to fix the budget with a dollar-for-dollar law to reduce interest costs for Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Mr. Speaker, common sense or nonsense? He wants to cut the programs that support the middle class. He wants to cut programs to build housing. He wants to cut programs that protect our environment. That is not common sense. It is incompetence. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Incompetence from the Minister who lost 1 million Canadians, who was the worst Minister of Immigration in our history. His own Prime Minister admitted that he led the out-of-control immigration system. That's why, according to them, the cost of housing has doubled. Now, he is pushing the prices further. Inflationary deficits are adding 2% to interest rates. $6,000 for a family with a $300,000 mortgage. Will the government reduce the deficit and interest rates so Canadians can keep their money and their houses? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, 6 is the number that Canadians at home need to remember. What we've just heard, the Leader of the Conservatives, he wants to advise Canadians, but he was able to just build 6 units of affordable housing when he was Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives. On this side, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to build houses, create jobs, create prosperity. Canadians know that slogans don't build houses, they don't build prosperity, and they won't help Canadians. Every day is a good day to fight for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost of interest. According to Scotiabank, the Prime Minister's deficits are adding 2 full percentage points extra in interest costs for the average family. That works out to about $6,000 for a modest mortgage of $300,000. $6,000 in extra mortgage payments from these deficits alone. Will they finally wake up to the fact that this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition seems to know the cost of everything but the value of absolutely nothing. Does he not see value in the measures that are building more homes in this country? Does he not see value in programs that are going to put food on the table for hungry kids through a school food program? He continues to oppose measures that are helping students with the cost of their education and the families with the cost of housing. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to put measures on the table to make life more affordable for middle-class Canadians and do right by a generation of young people who've been priced out of the housing market. It's a shame his policies would have the exact opposite effect.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we can't see the value of homes and food that don't exist after 8 years. They have a food program which after 8 years has no food, a affordable housing program which has doubled housing costs. They're not worth the cost, and now their deficits are driving up the interest obligations for the average family. For a family with a $500,000 mortgage, deficits are adding 10 grand in additional interest payments per year. When will they realize that after 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, he wants to talk about homes that don't exist. Perhaps we should look at the 800,000 affordable housing units that were lost while he was housing minister. Perhaps we should examine the fact that while he was minister, 0 new apartments were supported by the federal government and a total of only 6 affordable housing units nationwide. Now, he likes to talk a big game, but let's look at the plan he's putting on the table. He wants to raise taxes on home construction and cut funding for the cities that are making it easier to build home. We've advanced programs that are not just going to build more homes, but allow people to save up more money with their down payment and reduce their monthly mortgage costs when they go to join the housing market for the
Excusez-moi.
Excuse me. I understand that there was a problem with interpretation.
To see, is the interpretation now working from English to French? Do we have English to French? Do we have it working now? Can anybody give me a signal? Okay. Alors, je vais inviter
So I will invite the minister to restart his answer because it wasn't understood by a number of members.
The
Honourable
Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member wants to talk about homes that don't exist. Let's talk about the 800,000 affordable housing units that were lost when he was last in government. Let's talk about the fact that when he was actually housing minister, he got 0 apartments built with the support of the federal government. Let's look at the fact that across the entire country, he was able to get a total of only 6 affordable housing units built. Mr. Speaker, he talks a big game, but he does literally nothing for the people who need to get into the housing market. We've got new measures that help people who are renting now and measures that will make it easier to save up for a down payment and to reduce your monthly mortgage costs if you want to own a home in this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
More proof this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost is that he picked the most incompetent immigration minister in Canadian history and put him in charge of housing. The guy who lost track of 1 million people, who's blamed by his fellow cabinet colleagues for causing the housing crisis, and who presides over the most expensive housing market in Canadian history. When I was minister, the average rent was $950, and we built hundreds of thousands of units at that affordable price. So why won't he learn from our smashing success in 2015 in keeping costs low by axing the tax and building the home?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, now at the time they expressed opposition to our plan to welcome 40,000 Afghan refugees who fought alongside the Canadian Armed Forces. They seem still to have problems with the fact that we opened our doors to vulnerable Ukrainians. But let's actually focus on the housing issue right now, Mr. Speaker. He talks a big game about housing, but he plans to raise tax.
They heckled his entire question.
Order. The Honourable Order. I'm going to ask all members on all sides of the House to please, I'll ask the Honourable Member from Milton. Colleagues, I'm going to ask the honourable members, including the all honourable members, to please bring this back to order. The Honourable Minister has 15 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, they get antsy when they're confronted with their actual record. Let's take a look at what he got done. Only 6 affordable housing units across the entire country. Lost 800,000 more. 0 new apartments. Now he wants to raise taxes on home building and cut funding for the communities who are getting them built.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Urgent message to those who still think we shouldn't care about jurisdiction and let the federal government decide everything. CMHC proves that when the federal government meddles in housing, an exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec, Quebecers receive only 14% of the money, even though we are 22% of the population. It's worse when the federal government chooses the projects itself, as in affordable housing, where we receive only 6%, even though we are 22% of the population. When the federal government gets involved, Quebecers don't get their share, starting with the less well-off. Who would accept being ripped off like that? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, each has their own priorities. We talk about investing in housing. They want a referendum. We are investing in our youth and our seniors. The Bloc say they need a referendum. We want our youth to have full tummies at school, but no, they say the solution to everything is a referendum. As they prepare their referendum, we are preparing the future. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. That's anything at all. When the federal government meddles in Quebec's jurisdictions, Quebecers get shortchanged. Housing is a perfect example. We represent 22% of the population, but we get 14% of the money and only 6% in affordable housing. In addition to never having given us our fair share, tomorrow's budget will add insult to injury. They're going to impose new conditions on the extra $6 billion of our money they're promising for housing. Why not just unconditionally transfer Quebecers' fair share of the housing money? Can he answer that question? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Mr. Speaker, we are working with Quebec to ensure that Quebec will receive its fair share of the funding for housing. For example, with the program to accelerate the building of housing in Quebec, we have an agreement with $900 million of federal money and $900 million from Quebec. The result is $1.8 billion and 8,000 affordable housing units. We are continue to advance programs to ensure support is received in Quebec and throughout the country.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
People are getting gouged at the grocery stores and CEOs are making record profits, all because the Prime Minister kept the Conservatives' $60 billion corporate handout and Canadians are paying the price. Loblaws made $1.2 billion because of this corporate Conservative handout. So will the Prime Minister
ask honourable members, especially the honourable member from Grand River, Miramichi, Grand River, to please only take the floor when he's recognized by the Speaker. If the honourable member from Burnaby South can start from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, you can tell Conservatives get really touchy when we talk about corporate Conservative handouts. People are getting gouged at the grocery store and CEOs are making record profits. And the Conservatives are again making noise because they're upset because they want to give more corporate handouts to companies like Loblaws that are gouging Canadians and ripping off people because they want that to happen. That's who they work for. Their chief strategist is a Conservative lobbyist for the biggest corporation that sells groceries. Now, will the Prime Minister reverse these Conservative corporate handouts, yes or no?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the leader of the NDP for bringing a very important question on this floor, Mr. Speaker. But it seems that he's been missing a part, Mr. Speaker. He was with us in order to make the largest reform on competition in this country, Mr. Speaker. In fact, thanks to this work work and the help of the NDP and our government, Mr. Speaker, we made the largest reform on competition in our nation history. But one thing, if he wants to help consumer, Mr. Speaker, why don't he work with us to make sure that we would have a grocery code of conduct across the nation, Mr. Speaker, to help consumer, to help families, to help young kids, Mr. Speaker. They can do something. We're waiting for it.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
To take on the corporate greed which is driving the price of groceries up. Galen Weston se régale encore.
Galen Weston is still pleased with the last time the Conservatives were in power. Thanks to them, Loblaws paid $1.2 billion less in taxes. This week, the Prime Minister has the opportunity to put in place a tax on excess profits for grocery giants. Will he do it? Yes or no?
Bravo.
The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Leader of the NDP for having supported us when we launched the biggest reform on competition in the country, because Canadians who are watching from home know that the best way to stabilize prices in the country is to have more competition in the country. That is exactly what we've done. And now I encourage him, if he wants to help Canadians, if he wants to help families and youth, why not support us to have a grocery code of conduct throughout the country? On this side of the House, we will continue working for young families, for Canadians, for consumers throughout the country.
The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
While the finance minister is out buying new budget shoes today, she should drop by a Toronto food bank where 1 in 10 Torontonians are having to use their services after 8 years of her government. Tomorrow's expensive photo op budget will only confirm why interest rates are staying higher for longer and why Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, and house themselves. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, they are not worth the cost of housing. Will this Liberal NDP government listen to Conservatives, cap spending, bring in a dollar for dollar law to bring down inflation and interest rates so Canadians don't lose their homes?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the honourable member opposite needs to take a look at what is announced earlier this month and the month before, which is that inflation in Canada is below 3% for the second month in a row. Mr. Speaker, AAA debt rating for this country, one of the very few countries in the world to have that. Mr. Speaker, lowest debt to GDP ratio. Now, while that party is all doom and gloom, we are here working every day for Canadians on a school food program, on a Canada Child benefit, on making sure that we have $10 child care across the country. Mr. Speaker, we're working for Canadians each and every day.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
With answers like that, he'll make a great high-priced Liberal consultant after the next election who's not worth the cost. What doesn't he understand? When 2 million Canadians are going to a food bank in a single month, 1 million more projected to this year, where young people can't see the dream of home ownership, where rents and mortgages have doubled after failed policy of the Liberal NDP government. Why doesn't he get with the program and before he gets kicked out of his position and listen to Canadians? Why don't they implement a dollar for dollar law, cap the spending, so Canadians don't lose their homes?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, that party and that member not only have no plan for housing, the meager plan that they have actually wants to make it more expensive to build houses in this country, and they're against every single measure that we've done to actually make home ownership affordable for Canadians again. Mr. Speaker, that Alberta MP voted against Air Products' $1.6 billion net hydrogen plant in our province, voted against the first carbon capture, use and storage net zero cement plant in our province. Mr. Speaker, they're voting against Alberta jobs. They're voting against Canadians. We're here for Albertans and Canadians each and every day.
The honourable member from Peterborough Kawartha.
After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Emily Wheaton is a single mom who lost her home because she didn't qualify for her mortgage renewal. Why? Because of this Liberal NDP inflationary spending, which has driven up interest rates. So now she's forced to rent. She's paying nearly $4,000 for a 600 square foot apartment. Tomorrow's budget, we're asking for the Prime Minister to show compassion and sanity. Have a dollar of spending for every new dollar spent, so Canadians can afford to keep their homes.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, what you will see in tomorrow's budget is support for renters and homeowners alike, and we'll do that all the while being fiscally fiscally prudent with the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7 with a AAA credit rating from an independent, objective observer, Mr. Speaker, as well as traditionally low unemployment. We do that at the same time as working for the most vulnerable in this country, something that the Conservatives vote against every single time. We expect all members of this House to support Canadians across the board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What Canadians don't believe is anything they say. Right. They've had 8 years to prove a record, and more homes were built in the 1970s than have been built today. 10 cities across this country are normal. Don't tell people they've never had it so good when we have record high usage of food banks, when we have young people who will never own a home, and when interest rates have went up 2%, causing $10,000 a year in interest payments alone. Shame. Let's do a dollar for dollar. Let's show some sanity, and let's allow Canadians to keep their homes.
The Honourable Minister for Families and Children.
I think what Canadians need to know is what the Conservative response is to the affordability challenges that Canadians are facing. It's cuts. It's cuts to the programs that they need and are supporting them in a time of need, abandoning them when they most need it. On this side of the House, we've put forward a national school food program. We've put forward $10 a day childcare, the Canada Child Benefit, supports that are helping Canadians put food on the table and support their families, in contrast to everything that they oppose.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. For 3 weeks now, the Liberal Prime Minister and his ministers have been displaying all the failures of this government after 8 years. Inflation, interest rates, rents, mortgage payments, everything's going up. And it's going to continue with the Liberals. Tomorrow is the budget day. Will the Prime Minister, who isn't worth the cost, at least accept our demands to cut taxes for farmers and food, build housing, not bureaucracy, and apply dollar-for-dollar discipline, and especially put an end to the parade of inflationary spending so Canadians can feed themselves and house themselves? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 affordable housing units. That's what the leader of the Conservatives built when he was housing minister. That's in contrast with the 8,000 affordable housing units that we are building now, in partnership with the Government of Quebec and municipalities. In Mégantic-l'Érable, the project will be building 24 affordable housing units just there, 4 times more than were built by the Conservative leader, the chief insulter. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. It's not 24, it's 48, Mr. Speaker, and it's worse. CMHC is slow in approving that project. Mr. Speaker, I'm so surprised to hear that minister give results, showing off results that there's tens of thousands of affordable housing units he wants to build to correct a crisis his government created. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, will they understand common sense, build housing, not bureaucracy, so that Canadians can house themselves and get out of the crisis that they built? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to see that my colleague knows that we're doing much more than the Conservative leader, the chief insulter, did during his time as Minister of Housing. There's another project in his riding, in addition to the one he mentioned, called Envole-toi, 13 affordable housing units for people who need them, people who otherwise would be on the street. 13 is 2 times 6, double what was built by the Conservative leader, the chief insulter, during his whole term for the whole country. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. French Prime Minister Gabriel Attal addressed the National Assembly on Thursday, and as a worthy representative of the country of the Enlightenment, he delivered an inspired plea for state secularism, which is equally valued by the French and Quebecois. France, like Quebec, prohibits the wearing of religious symbols by government employees in positions of authority. France goes even further than Quebec's Bill 21, which this Prime Minister wants to challenge before the Supreme Court, claiming that it is discriminatory. Has the Prime Minister told France that he finds it discriminatory, or is he reserving his contempt for Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a secular country and Quebec is a secular province. Nobody is calling that into question, but the Bloc Québécois is looking for a way to create disputes, to oppose people, to say that because we're proud Quebecers, we should separate because we're different from others. No, we can be proud Quebecers, proud Canadians at the same time, and we don't have to choose between the two. They're just talking about referendums. And while they do that, we're talking about building a more just, more open, more inclusive society, a strong Quebec in a united Canada. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I'll quote Prime Minister Attal, faced with those who claim not to understand what secularism is, who would like to twist it, who would have us believe that it is some kind of anti-religion weapon, who would have us believe that it is a form of discrimination, we respond that secularism is the prerequisite for freedom, for equality, for fraternity. Mr. Speaker, our Liberal, Conservative, and NDP colleagues are among those who pretend not to understand. Can they at least avoid challenging at the Supreme Court what they misunderstand? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. I appreciate the question, and my answer is the same one that I've already given here in the House. It's the same answer of the Prime Minister. It's that with Bill 21, if it goes to the Supreme Court, we will be there as the Government of Canada to defend the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Freedom of expression, freedom of equality, equality between the sexes. These are important issues. It's important to defend the Charter. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Prime Minister Attal told Quebecers that in their defense of secularism, they are not alone. France has banned religious symbols for people in positions of authority since 1905. So have Belgium, Norway, Denmark, and several German provinces. In fact, I'll quote the European Court of Justice. In order to establish a totally neutral environment, a public authority may prohibit the visible wearing of any sign revealing religious beliefs. Mr. Speaker, is the European Union discriminatory too, or is it just Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada. With the context of Bill 21, as I've said, and I'll repeat, when the decision is made by the Supreme Court, if it gets to that level, we will be there, as we've said. The Government of Canada will always be there to protect Canadians in their rights in the Canadian Charter. The Charter protects equality, expression, and equality of the sexes. We will be there if it gets to the Supreme Court. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Farmers have reached a breaking point. The carbon tax has driven costs sky high. They are drowning in a sea of red tape, and worst of all, they're constantly derided and demonized by this Liberal government. Will this Prime Minister finally give farmers a break and axe the tax to make food cheaper for everyone by passing Bill C-234 in its original form?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And being a farmer, I'm fully aware that farmers are on the front line of climate change. They see the devastation impact of climate change in this country and the destruction of burns, killing cattle. But also we have a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker, and along with the price on pollution, we have a Canada carbon rebate, which puts more money back in the pockets of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why does the Conservative Party of Canada want to take that money away from Canadians?
The Honourable Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, it was clear from the PBO that 6 out of 10 Canadian families are worse off. They're worse off because of that carbon tax and so-called rebate. It's clear that these Liberals will not lift a finger to provide farmers and Canadians with relief from their cruel carbon tax. And if the Prime Minister won't commit to passing C-234 or a carbon tax election, what does he have to say to the families of Autonomy South Monaghan who've doubled their use of the food banks in the last 6 months?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would respond to the Honourable Member that he just should advance a couple rows up here. I could introduce him if he'd like. Speak to the Opposition House Leader. Bill C-234 is completely in their hands. Right. If they would like to bring it to the floor for a vote, we could deal with it. But while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, and we're talking about doubling, C-59 is something he could also do something about, which would bring the carbon rebate to double what it is today. Let's pass that today, have a positive impact for the constituents that he serves, and bring a better carbon rebate to rural Canada.
Here, here. The Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot.
On April 1st, that Prime Minister hiked the already crippling carbon tax by 23%. Jake from Vermeer's Dairy near Camrose calculated that by 2030, he will be paying nearly $1,500 a month in additional carbon tax for the daily milk pickup alone. That is higher costs that consumers are forced to pay because of those Liberal policies. After 8 years, that NDP Liberal Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. So my question for those Liberals is this. Will they pass Bill C-234 in its unamended original form so that Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
It is important that people are not talking nonsense in the chamber. The parliamentary budget officer actually said that he was extremely troubled by the opposition's selective use of the facts and their spin. Now 300 Canadian economists from across the country have said the price on pollution is the best way to reduce carbon emissions in a manner that actually addresses affordability. It is a true shame in this House that we have a climate-denying opposition, one that doesn't care about affordability. It is truly a shame.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, while grocery CEOs make record profits, students are having to turn to campus food banks to eat. When I spoke with Carleton University students, they told me food bank usage is on the rise, up 140% on campuses across the country. Students should be focused on studying for exams, not on starving. In this year's budget, will the Liberals finally put a stop to grocery CEO price gouging that's forcing students to turn to food banks?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, but it seems that she's been missing on some of the great announcements we've been doing for the last 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, explaining Canadians how we're going to help them. Mr. Speaker, we just announced a national food school program, Mr. Speaker. This is going to be helping more than 400,000 kids in this country because we understand, Mr. Speaker, something that the Conservative can never understand. They repeat the same thing for 8 years. Confident nation invest in their people. Confident nations invest in their kids. Confident nations invest in their workers, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we know that every day is a good day to fight for Canadians. That's what we're going to be doing.
The Honourable Member from Timmins James Bay.
For years, people in Attawapiskat have lived in mold-filled homes, sheds, and even tents on a tiny plot of land. This is because the feds and Doug Ford refused to transfer land so they can build the homes they need. The Liberals would rather protect the land interests of the mining giant De Beers, a corporation that made $21 million from the sale of a single diamond in Attawapiskat. They're putting the interests of De Beers ahead of people who desperately need safe homes. When will the Liberals stop stalling and give the land back to the Cree of Attawapiskat?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his years of advocacy for the rights of Indigenous people, including for the people of Attawapiskat. As the member notes, Attawapiskat is currently landlocked. Indeed, they're looking for more land to build those necessary houses to help the community grow. I've been communicating with the province of Ontario, who currently is the owner of the land, and we will continue to ensure that Ontario understands the urgency of this work. Good job.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, Danielle from Alberta knows that she gets back more in the Canada carbon rebate than she pays through the federal-backed SALP on pricing pollution. Premier Smith, Danielle, actually did the math herself and came to the conclusion that, quote, I would say that I probably ended up better off with that transfer, end quote. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change please inform Danielle and other Canadians of what they should expect to see in their bank accounts today as a result of the Canada carbon rebate, and how much this policy is helping Canadians with the cost of living while at the same time protecting the environment for generations to come?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank Danielle for her testimony. With the next quarterly carbon rebate payments starting to arrive in Canadian bank accounts and mailboxes as of today, in Danielle's province of Alberta, a family of 4 will receive up to $450 4 times this year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over 300 economists, it was 200 last week, it's now 300, from coast to coast agree that the evidence showed that not only does carbon pricing reduce pollution in Canada, but it does so at a lower cost than any other approaches. Pricing pollution works, it can support Canadians and fight for climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
On April 1st, the Prime Minister hiked the carbon tax by 23%. Every single week, I hear from dozens of constituents in my area who are telling me that they're struggling to be able to buy food, groceries, necessities. Food bank in my area has more than doubled in recent months. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, he is just not worth the cost. That is clear to Canadians. So Conservatives have put forward a common sense solution. It's called Bill C-234. This government decided to gut it by bullying their senators. Will the Prime Minister choose to rescind and allow the bill to go forward in order to save Canadians a whole lot of money by scrapping the tax from farmers?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Speaker, at the risk of putting holes into what they think is a good Tory story, let's look at some of the facts. 97% of farm liquids are exempt from price on pollution. Tyler McCann at committee, Mr. Speaker, indicated, and he is from the Canadian Agri-Food Policy Institute, indicated that there is no data to support carbon pricing and any increase on the price of food in Canada, full stop. Mr. Speaker, our Canada carbon rebate gives money back to more than 8 out of 10 Canadians. If they want the bill back, bring it back to the House. They can do it.
I'll ask the honourable member from Peace River Mackenzie, please, to wait his turn. He's an experienced, very experienced member of this House. The honourable member from Lethbridge.
No matter what this government does to try to distract, the facts remain the same. Canadians are struggling. They cannot make ends meet. And of course, it starts with groceries and fuel at the pumps and being able to heat our homes. After 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister just is not worth the cost, certainly not the cost of the punitive carbon tax. Conservatives put forward a very common sense bill, C-234, which would axe the tax from farmers and save Canadians a whole lot of money. The Prime Minister and the Environment Minister put pressure on senators, bullying them into gutting this bill. Will the Prime Minister agree today to allow this bill to go forward in its unamended original form?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The Honourable member may have missed my earlier answer, but I could repeat it if she would like. The bill in question, C-234, is a bill that the Conservatives could call any time and we could deal with and debate in this House. And while I'm on my feet, once again, I would like to add, and I perhaps want to correct something I said a little earlier to the other honourable member. This member could help a lot of Albertans out if she just get out of the way of the fall economic statement legislation, which doubles the top-up on the rural rebate, Mr. Speaker, 20% instead of 10%.
For the last time, I would like to remind the very experienced members, including the member from Peace River Mackenzie, that he should only take the floor when he's recognized by the Speaker. L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years, this Liberal bloc PM has not been worth the cost of the carbon tax. Farmers are rebelling against him. Mountains of red tape, a real lack of financial support, and a carbon tax which is stifling the farm sector throughout Canada. Getting rid of this carbon tax will be the quickest way of making food more affordable and helping our farmers keep working. But the Bloc Québécois wants to radically increase the tax. Will the Prime Minister commit to adopting C-234 in its original form without amendment in the budget tomorrow? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives had an ounce of intellectual integrity, they would admit to Canadians that 97% of fuel used on farms where there is pollution pricing is not taxed by the federal government, first of all. Secondly, do you know what I've been doing, Mr. Speaker, recently? I've been meeting with farmers from Quebec, Alberta, Nova Scotia. I've been meeting with grain farmers, cattle farmers. They don't talk to me about carbon pricing. They talk to me about the hundreds of millions of dollars due to impacts from climate change in the farming sector in the country. Once again, it is a shame to have to remind very experienced members like the member for Louis Saint-Laurent that they have to wait their turn before speaking in this House. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to ask my colleagues to come to Beauce next week because there will be a farmers' protest. Young farmers who are dreaming of setting out in life are being smothered by increasing amounts of red tape, skyrocketing interest rates, and risk management programs that no longer meet needs. The Liberal Bloc coalition is blocking Bill C-234 that shows that they are completely disconnected. I will ask my question again. Will the Prime Minister commit to passing C-234 in its original form without amendment in the budget tomorrow? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame that my Quebec colleagues have not yet seemed to figure out that the pollution pricing system does not apply in Quebec. There has been a carbon market there since 2013, so there's no impact from the federal system. In the federal government, we're using incentives to push people to better practices. Incentives to acquire greener equipment and so on. We will be there for all farmers, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, instead of acting like the sorcerer's apprentice in Quebec jurisdiction in the budget, the federal government should help asylum seekers. These are people who don't even have a right to work. They've been waiting for 2 years for the federal government to give them a permit. They're waiting at food banks. They are ending up on the streets. They're being exploited in the black market. They're being trafficked and more. Will the minister finally convince his buddies to give them work permits? Would he do his job before instead interfering with other people's matters? The Honourable Minister.
Effectivement en train d'accélérer.
Mr. Speaker, we are accelerating, granting permits to asylum seekers. I have a question for the member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Does he agree with the leader of his party who wants to freeze immigration? Does he know what that means in rural ridings like Lac-Saint-Jean? No more farming, no more fisheries, nothing, not even wind energy. We need responsible people in power. We need accountable discussions about immigration levels. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I just told the member to keep his nose out of jurisdictions that don't belong to him, and he's not listening. The federal government is now facing a humanitarian crisis. And it also needs to ensure that when people arrive, they're fairly spread out between provinces, because it's not okay that there are asylum seekers who are homeless in Quebec and Ontario who are not even able to get food at food banks, while meanwhile other provinces aren't doing anything. Will the government finally show enough humanity to share the load between provinces, many of which still have plenty of room to offer more services? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, there's no sense to what my colleague is saying. Sometimes they want more federal interference, sometimes they don't. But he didn't answer my question. Does he stand with the leader of his party, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, who wants to irresponsibly freeze Quebec immigration? It's so irresponsible. He should talk to people in fisheries. He should talk to farmers. These are people in rural ridings who are struggling. We're not going to help them by freezing Quebec immigration.
The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, life has gotten worse for Canadians with higher taxes and higher mortgage payments. The Liberals' wasteful deficit spending left interest rates at 5%, hurting families with mortgages coming up for renewal. And banks are putting more money away for possible mortgage defaults. Now, this means people losing their homes.
Ask the honourable member to start again. I'm going to ask all members, please, to please take down your conversations to outside of the room. Je vais demander à tous les députés, s'il vous plaît, d'avoir...
I'm going to ask all members to take their conversations outside the room. And let the member for Kelowna Lake Country ask her question.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, life has gotten worse for Canadians with higher taxes and higher mortgage payments. The Liberals' wasteful deficit spending left interest rates at 5%, hurting families with mortgages coming up for renewal. The banks are putting more money away for possible mortgage defaults, and this means more people losing their homes. We're hearing of people no longer meeting mortgage stress tests, having to sell their home, forcing them to rent, paying rent more than their actual mortgage payments. Will the NDP Liberal Prime Minister reverse his 8 years of deficit spending and implement a one-for-one rule so that people can keep their homes?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, it would be more prudent for the members on the other side of the aisle to actually vote in favor of supports for Canadians if they truly cared about their well-being. They have voted against the Canada Child Benefit. They voted against dental care. They voted against $10 a day child care. They also did not focus on poverty when they were in power. We have brought poverty down to 7.4%, while under the Conservatives it was 14.5%. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always support the most vulnerable in our country.
The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, through 8 years of NDP Liberal deficit spending, they caused the higher interest rates, which is causing people's mortgages to go up. Exactly. Families are slashing their budgets to just be able to afford their mortgages to hang on to their homes. And this year, Canada will spend $54 billion servicing Liberal debt. This is more money than the government sends to the provinces for health care. A dollar-for-dollar rule would fix the budget and bring down interest rates. This NDP Liberal Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister reverse 8 years of deficit spending and implement a dollar-for-dollar rule?
He's corrupt. Yeah. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we know how to ensure that we have a prudent fiscal situation as well as to support Canadians, especially in their time of need. We have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7. We have historically low unemployment, Mr. Speaker, and we also have a AAA credit rating. Our upcoming budget will build on that work by putting forward new funding for housing, ensuring that we are there for children with a national school food program for 400,000 children, Mr. Speaker. We ask everybody in this House to vote with us. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
The honourable member for Kamouraska, Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, home ownership is harder and harder. There's been an increase of 52 to 95.2% in mortgage rates in some parts of Quebec. It's increasingly difficult for young people to get a mortgage. This Prime Minister is much too expensive. He's just not worth the cost of mortgage payments. Will he listen to the millions of Canadians who are struggling? Will he put an end to his inflationary policies once and for all? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the number of affordable housing units that were built by the current leader of the opposition when he was Minister of Housing. Listening to my colleague's question, when I look at the projects in his writing, well, 41 units of affordable housing were built in his riding just over the last few weeks, thanks to the municipality that the leader of the opposition called incompetent, by the way. So the leader of the opposition only managed to build 6 throughout his entire time throughout the country. Which of the two systems is more incompetent? Let me ask you that. The honourable member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, The federal carbon pricing system was designed to keep life affordable for families by putting money back to their pockets. The next quarterly payments will be sent to Canadians' bank accounts and mailboxes starting on April 15th. Can the President of the Treasury Board tell this House how these rebates will reduce emissions and make life more affordable for families throughout the country? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, when Conservatives deny climate change, they are also denying science. With our carbon pricing system, we are making big polluters pay and giving more money back to Canadian families. 8 out of 10 Canadian families, including in my riding of Oakville, will have more money in their pocket. On this side of the House, we will continue to make our economy greener. The environment and the economy go hand in hand. Unlike the Conservatives, we believe in science.
The honourable member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the Procurement Ombudsman confirmed what we already respected, and that is Dominic Barton and McKinsey & Company receive preferential treatment in contracting. The Liberal NDP government has given over $100 million in contracts to McKinsey & Company. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost of consulting. So why is it that Liberals take care of themselves, friends and insiders, when they should be taking care of Canadians?
The honourable member, the honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And taking care of Canadians is exactly what we need to do on this side of the House, certainly, through proper management of procurement exercises with the type of things and measures that we have announced in the last few weeks and months, but also looking after the needs of Canadians with the important investment in housing that we have made, and we're maybe making even more with the announcements come tomorrow. 8,000 homes, affordable homes, just in the province of Quebec, and hundreds of thousands of them across Canada.
Here.
The honourable member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, a Liberal minister personally signed a contract for McKinsey & Company for $5.7 million. No wonder they didn't want to give us the documents. They were trying to protect their ministers. Department officials were trying to push back. They said, don't sign that document, Minister. The minister went ahead and personally signed the document. Why is it that Liberals take care of themselves when they should be taking out the trash and taking care of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai déjà répondu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I already answered this question in English. I will answer the same way in French. We are taking care of Canadians while also ensuring that our procurement system is fair and transparent, thanks to the new rules that we've created over the last few months, among other things. But taking care of Canadians also means recognizing the housing crisis that they're experiencing. And that's why over the last few days we announced several new measures that will also be announced tomorrow in the budget.
Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
This NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost of a less stable world. 6 years ago, Parliament voted for my motion to recognize that the regime in Iran's IRGC is a terrorist organization and to shut down their operations in Canada. But in 6 years, this NDP Liberal government has failed to act. Liberals even blocked my common sense Bill C-350 to shut down the IRGC. So with the IRGC spreading terror across the Middle East and around the world, why did this Prime Minister choose to allow the IRGC to continue to recruit, fundraise, and promote its ideology here in Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we've said many times in this House, my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has repeated it, Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. We have taken a series of severe measures to restrict members of the regime, including the Revolutionary Guard Corps, from coming to Canada. With respect to listing a terrorist entity, it's national security agencies that do these reviews and from time to time provide advice to the government. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, all options are on the table, and I've asked the national security community to provide the government quickly with that advice.
The honourable member from St. John's East.
price on carbon pollution is one of the simplest and most effective ways to reduce pollution that is causing climate change. Just as importantly, the federal carbon pricing system is designed to keep life affordable by putting money back into families' pockets. Can the Minister of Rural Economic Development share with Canadians how much they will get back in payments starting today, April 15th?
The Honourable Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the next Canada rebate check starts coming in people's bank accounts and in their mailboxes. And families in the members riding in St. John's are going to receive up to $298. And those everywhere else in Newfoundland and Labrador, Mr. Speaker, are going to get $327 on their April quarterly deposit. However, unfortunately, the Conservatives are showing once again they really don't care about rural Canadians. They're holding up the doubling of the rural top up, Mr. Speaker, keeping those rebates from being even bigger. We know the price on pollution works, and we know we are putting money back in Canadians' pockets. I just wish the Conservatives did.
The Honourable Member from Nunavut.
The school that I graduated from, the Atagutaluk Elementary School in Igloolik, is falling apart under the Liberals' watch. A recent report said there are 127 issues that need fixing, including safety hazards like missing handrails and exposed electrical circuits. Children cannot learn when their school is crumbling. In Budget 2024, will the Liberals invest in fixing or replacing schools so Nunavut children can learn safely?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. We agree that every child in Canada should have the opportunity to go to school in a proper environment and also to go to school on a full belly. That's why we've implemented programs to support schools, support students, and to support the school food program, which we think is very important for kids all across Canada, including those in the Arctic and in Nunavut.
Good job.
The Honourable Member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, the Islamic regime in Iran, the official supplier of rockets to Hamas, has now fired its own weapons at Israel. Is the NDP Liberal coalition still considering stopping arms exports to Israel and limiting that country's defense capacity? Has the launching of over 200 drones and cruise missiles been enough to silence the government's NDP masters? It must be difficult being a partner with a partner that is so deaf, blind, and quiet on Iran and Hamas's crimes. Mr. Speaker, has the Prime Minister at least learned something and will not be repeating his 2015 promise to normalize relations with Iran in the upcoming election?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, Canada unequivocally condemns the attacks by Iran against Israel. This was unprecedented. We support Israel and its people. This attack only served to destabilize the region and further escalate in the region, and this is completely unacceptable. That is why I've been in contact with my Israeli counterpart, and also I've been in contact with many actors in the region, and we will continue to push proactively to make sure that indeed there is no further escalation and that we bring back peace to the region. Thank you so much.
Et voici la fin de la période des questions.
That concludes question period.
The Honourable Member from Peace River, Mackenzie.
I think you've got that confused. This is Grand Prairie, Mackenzie. Thank you.
My apologies. The Honourable Member from Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to immediately adopt Bill C-2344 as concurred in at third reading in this House.
Opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say, unfortunately I heard a nay. Je suis maintenant prêt.
I will now read my ruling on the question of privilege raised on March 20th, 2024 by the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier regarding the introduction of an amendment in one language only.
Le lundi 18 mars.
On the debate on March 18th, 2024. In raising the question of privilege, the member alleged, Colleagues, I am reading my ruling on the question of privilege, which is relevant to all members, so if you wish to have conversations, please have them outside the House of Commons. It was alleged that the ability of Francophone members to fully participate in the proceedings of the House had been impeded because the government House Leader had proposed an amendment in one language only near the end of the debate on an opposition motion. In the member's view, since the French version of the amendment was made available only a few moments before the vote, some members were unable to consider it properly, which amounted to obstructing the ability of Francophone members to take part in House business. The member added that the use of either official language in the House is, in fact, a constitutional right. He also cited Standing Order 65 in support of his assertions.
The Deputy Government House Leader responded that the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, in bringing the matter to the House's attention 2 days later, did not meet the requirement that a question of privilege be raised at the first opportunity. He also pointed out that the French version of the amendment was available well before the vote, enabling members to understand the content of the amendment. D'entrée de jeu, la présidence.
The Chair would like to start by reiterating the importance of protecting and upholding parliamentarians' right to speak in the official language of their choice. The Chair appreciates their support in achieving this goal. It also takes seriously any attempt to trample on or to limit that right. Let us now revisit the events of March 18th. A few minutes before the end of the debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Edmonton Strathcona, the Government House Leader put forward an amendment to it. The mover's consent was obtained so that the text of the amendment could be proposed to the House. The written version was shared with the Chair, which read it and found it procedurally in order. A procedural discussion and a suspension of the House ensued.
Pursuant to a motion adopted by unanimous consent on March 1st, 2024, the vote on the supply motion that day could not be deferred, which would normally have been allowed under Standing Order 45. As a result, the amendment and the amended main motion were put to votes.
Amendments are proposed fairly regularly during our proceedings. Their purpose is to make a motion more acceptable or to provide new text to replace the proposal being considered. The rules of debate have long allowed amendments to substantive motions while the latter are being debated. Of note, for most motions, the rules do not restrict when an amendment can be proposed, as long as it is procedurally acceptable.
House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states the following on page 540, and I quote, "A motion and amendment arises out of debate, requires no notice, and is submitted in writing to the Chair. After an amendment has been moved, seconded, and evaluated as to its procedural acceptability, the Chair proposes it to the House. Debate on the main motion is set aside, and the amendment is debated until it has been decided." Unquote. The Chair can confirm that the sequence of events on March 18 was consistent with our rules and procedures. Il ne fait aucun doute.
Clearly, English or French may be used in the House, and members can move motions and amendments in the language of their choice. Official documents must, of course, be published in both official languages. This is a constitutional imperative. Language requirements are also set out in the standing orders, including in Standing Order 65, which provides that motions that are seconded must be read in English and in French. However, since January 15, 1959, members have had access to simultaneous interpretation services. As the second edition of the annotated standing orders states on page 227, and I quote, "The provision that all motions be read in both languages is regularly relaxed. Given the bilingual nature of the House and the existence of simultaneous interpretation."
Fin de la citation.
End of quote.
La présidence.
The chair was able to confirm that simultaneous interpretation was available when the amendment was moved and brought to a vote. Moreover, the length and complexity of a motion or amendment have never been sufficient grounds for the chair to rule a motion out of order or to deem that it could impede members' ability to carry out their duties. Accordingly, in the circumstances, I cannot find a prima facie question of privilege in this case.
Said, the chair would like to reiterate that while all parties have occasionally introduced amendments in one language only, it would be far better if they were prepared in both languages. Dans tous les cas.
In any case, the chair will continue to ensure that simultaneous interpretation is available when amendments are moved in the House. It will also ensure that a translation is available for consultation at the table and in the electronic voting application before a recorded division. If necessary, the chair will suspend the sitting in order to obtain the translation before proceeding with a vote. Finally, the chair encourages members who wish to suggest changes to the standing orders regarding the introduction of amendments to submit their proposals to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for consideration. I thank all members for their attention.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of.
All right, everybody. Anyone new to the channel, please like and subscribe. I am shutting down the stream now as question period is over, and I'm going to do something with my family. So we will see you tomorrow at, I believe, 10 o'clock. So have a good night.